Everybody, welcome back to Out of This World Live. I am your host, Patrick, aka OTW. Welcome back. It is Saturday morning, and we are here for a weekend show, ladies and gentlemen. Surprise, surprise. So, what's up, y'all? Shout out to the chat. We got 12 people watching. Hit that like button. And don't forget, for those 12 people that are watching, we also offer here memberships. Yeah, we offer memberships, okay? So, if ever you're interested, go ahead and hit that membership button. Only $3.99, and you have access to the super duper emoji cones that you probably won't understand, but it's part of the lore of this channel and other channels, and many other things. Access to members only videos and stuff. We got a member in the chat right now who knows exactly what I'm talking about. Welcome to TA with 72. What's up, Mr. TA? We got Mr. Bear Jew comes in with the traditional Nama Slave, and we also have One Big Pond coming in with the the peace sign. OTW Live. What's up, y'all? So it's been a long week. And I'm going to tell you one thing, guys. I've been watching Black Mirror. Couldn't help it. New episodes of Black Mirror are out for anyone who's a fan and didn't know. But yeah, holy crap, guys. I mean, it was so freaking crazy that I had to come up and talk about this again. Guys, all right? This uploading your consciousness thing, it's not so far-fetched, man. If this isn't predictive programming at its best, I do not know what is. We got Rodney Kitley in chat, just walked in, says, what's up, OTW? Well, I'm up here on panel. That's what's up. And, how are you doing, right? All right, we got 18 people, man. All right, go ahead and hit the like button, guys. Let's get some people rolling in here. It's it's going on 11 o'clock. We're at the top of the hour here at on the East Coast, over in Lower Quebec, Canada. Yeah, around the Montreal area. So what's up, y'all? Hope you've been having a good weekend. Well, at least the beginning of one. Mine's been all right. I'm going to get to the show in a moment. I mean, like the Black Mirror show. But right. Okay. So I'll just get right down to it right now. All right. If you guys think that this uploading consciousness is not a thing and it's like fucking far-fetched and it's not going to happen, I think you're wrong, guys. I think this technology is already in the works, and now they're kind of like promoting it in the TV series and stuff. Now I've seen it in movies, and now it's like it's kind of like a trend. Okay, I'm kind of seeing the trend, and they're putting these. If you guys watched like the first episode of the new season of Black Mirror, guys, I'm telling you, it's disturbing how they're gonna fuck you over, especially with and I said it before because I was speaking about the last time I spoke of this subject. I was talking about people that would be, let's say, paraplegic or quadriplegic, and having or brain dead or something like that, and having the opportunity to upload their consciousness and essentially clone, digitally clone the brain into some sort of virtual computer world. Okay. Now, they're even pushing this a little bit further than just uploading the consciousness. It's literally, it's just crazy, guys. Okay. It's just crazy. Okay. I don't even know where to start with this. Okay, because it's just so the buildup of the first episode is so you don't expect how it's gonna end up turning, but you have an idea. Okay, so what happens is I'm gonna try and give you a little like a synopsis of what like, and spoiler alert, right? For the people who didn't watch it, like don't listen to this. Tune out right away if you want to watch it. But essentially, this couple, like is it the first episode or the second one? Hold on a second. All right, no, this is the second episode. It's called Common People, right? The first episode, I'll get back to that one. Hold on a second. I can't. Yeah, the first episode is about like the character that I'm playing right now is the creator of this virtual reality where he cloned his coworkers and literally, like, as the captain of this ship, would treat his coworkers like terribly. He'd like, he was a god in this realm, so he could like do whatever he wanted to them and do all kinds of stuff. So that was actually one of the first episodes. One of the episodes in season 6, I believe, or season 5. Anyway, so essentially, this is kind of like not the recap, but the part 2, or like the continuation of that story. And in that particular episode, it's about uploading consciousness. But this isn't the episode I want to talk about first. I want to talk about the episode Common People, where this guy works in a soldering company, okay? And he's trying to have a baby with his wife, and they're working hard. She works as a teacher, teaches grade school children, and he works in a soldering company, and they're common folk. So she's teaching classes, and she's been getting headaches and stuff like that. So there's a buildup, and around her a little bit, right? So essentially, that she becomes sick because she has some sort of brain tumor. Okay, and she collapses in the middle of teaching her class, and ends up going to the hospital and this and that. And then they say tumor. She might never wake up. She's in a coma. Nah. But then there's this woman that shows up like a salesman, right? And sells him the idea that they can take the tumor out, right? And replace the surrounding tissues in the brain, replace that with synthetic, brain tissue, which is artificial, and is, kind of like putting a chip in the place of the tumor where it was, right? So what that chip would do is they had the technology to kind of like upload that woman's personality, consciousness, or whatever, right? So they upload her personality and current consciousness and her memory to some sort of hard drive, okay, or a server, okay, but to access her memory and the server, they have to pay a monthly fee, because essentially she's brain dead. She's not coming out of that. But with this technology, they can bring her back and she'll live a normal life. Okay, this is how they're gonna sway people into this shit, man. Okay, so what ends up happening is this is like an insurance company, right? So they keep coming up with new tiers, right? Oh, well, if you take this tier, it's this much more a month, and we'll give you access to this. But in the beginning, they give you like the whole freaking package. All right, it's like it's the most awesomest thing. It's like what they do when they like a little bit like what StreamYard did to me when I was paying like the lowest fee. Then I went and I decided to pay for the pro plan. Like it's a little bit more expensive. Then they doubled their prices, man. Okay. And I'm like paying twice as much money for the same service. And I'm like freaking out. So I just dropped back down to the service that I was at. But then they kind of removed the services that you had when you were paying in the first place, like the first amount, right? So now you were paying a little bit more than what you were paying originally and having less options. Like they kind of like cut down on the options and give it to the pro tier. And then there's like this business tier. There's a bunch of tiers in StreamYard. So this lady, the salesman lady, is essentially going to do this to this couple, right? But they start off on the best plan, like, you know. So this is what's the weird part, guys. Okay. So at some point, she's teaching her class, you know, in this grade school. And all of a sudden, you hear kind of like a commercial coming out of her mouth. Okay. It's like, oh, yeah, this is the best type of toilet paper you can buy. And please go ahead and check out, you know, Cottonelle, you know, .com. And then she gets out of that, you know, she shakes out of it. And all of a sudden she keeps teaching the class. And then all the, you know, kids are laughing and wondering, why did you say that? And she's like, what do you mean? Why did I say what? And then, you know, she doesn't know, like she blacks out for a moment and she doesn't know that she's literally just spewing out commercials. So more time goes on. Oh yeah, it's all a scam, Bear Jew. It's all a scam. It's all fucked up. So more time evolves. The commercials are more and more frequent. A little bit like kind of on YouTube, guys, right? They just keep adding more and more commercials. So she's like down to 20 times a day, like spewing out some sort of 30-second commercial or 10-second commercial. And what's the even more insane part is they actually charge for operating time, guys. So if she's like awake for 8 hours, like the lowest plan in the beginning, she could be awake for 16 hours, sleep the 8 hours, and it was a normal life, right? When beforehand she was like, she could sleep 6 hours and she was fine, but now she had to sleep like 2 extra hours. But that turned into sleep an extra 4 hours. And so this lady was telling her, well, yeah, but that's to save power on the servers. So there has to be some downtime for our users. So, man, this is crazy. So eventually they say, well, look, we have this pro plan that you could pay for, which is essentially another on top of the $300 a month you're paying now, which they could barely afford. It's an extra $700 on top. So it's $1,000 a month. So guess what, guys, this guy, the guy's wife, the guy's husband, right? The woman's husband, sorry about that. All right. The woman's husband goes out, okay, and starts doing like the internet stuff, like, you know, drinking piss and shit like that online to get paid, right? Like this kind of like jackass kind of website where, you know, you do jackass stuff, you know, throw, you know, bowling balls in your on your balls and shit. So anyway, so this guy goes on this site and starts drinking urine, and he starts, you know, he even puts an anal plug and shit like that. The guys, and then he gets made fun of at work. He loses his job. She loses her job because they have to get back down to the lowest tier. And so she starts spewing out commercials again. And eventually, like, they just can't afford anything anymore because they both lost their jobs. And so the last, you know, so spoiler alert, he ends up, unaliving her with the pillow at the end because he gives her a shot. Oh, yeah. And they sold booster shots, guys. They sold booster shots. So you could pay for like let's say a certain amount for like a 30-minute ultra booster shot, which actually would give you an application on your phone where you could control all of your brain's functions, like happiness and all of these different it's just mad, guys. The show is fucking mad. So, you know, at the end he makes her feel like the sense of serenity, and once that, like, he pays for 30 minutes, and once the 30 minutes is done, she starts spewing out commercials again, and he just puts the pillow over her face. And oh my God, it's like, wow, what an ending, man. What an ending. It's like all that for nothing. Holy shit. So that was like the Common Folk episode. So shout out to the 15 people who's still here, man. Chuck in Tennessee's in chat. We got the Freak. What's up, Cynthia? And what are you saying? What up, OTW in chat? Make sure to smash that like button one time for the OTW Starship, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so that was that. So the question of the stream is, if we think about the episode Common Folk. So I actually set up kind of like it's episode 1, right? So hold on a sec. All right. So I think I'm going to share this. It's just like a 3-minute breakdown of the last episode. So just to get you guys into the context here, and after that we'll go ahead and, if you guys want to talk about the question I put up for the title of the stream is, how far would you go to stay with the ones you love? So hold on, am I sharing this right? Add to the stage. Right, I'll just put it as commentary. Okay. And I'll bring up the speed a tad.
Shadowy Reflection Common People. The premiere episode of Season 7 takes place on the morning of Amanda and Mike Waters' anniversary. Amanda is a wonderful science teacher for elementary school students. Streamers on Dumb Dummies get paid to perform weird stuff. And Mike, a construction worker, needs to badger Shane about it all the time since he's so obsessed with the platform. As is customary on their anniversary, the Waters will be attending the Juniper that night. They have been trying to start a family and even went out and bought a crib, as we find out. But Amanda's been fainting in class and has been experiencing migraines. The doctors have diagnosed her with a brain tumor, and she may never regain consciousness. Out of nowhere, Mike hears about Rivermind, a neurological device. The fact that Gaynor is the spokeswoman proves it. After removing the tumor, they create a copy of Amanda's cognitive abilities and send them back to her through stream. The one drawback is that she needs to get more rest and remain close to the servers. In contrast to the $300.00 monthly cost of streaming, the procedure is completely free.
I forgot to mention.
Surprisingly, Mike accepts.
This works like with cell towers, guys. So if she goes beyond the radius of the cell towers that they installed to transmit this frequency, so she can have access to her cognitive abilities, which is downloaded onto their servers, she can't go past a certain point in area, like almost like her county, in the beginning. But they expand, right? They go nationwide, then they go worldwide and whatever. So they're able to travel afterwards, but they have to pay for the pro plan to get access to traveling outside their county. Guys, this is fucking mad. You don't understand the level of control that the elites are going for, man.
To the once-in-a-lifetime deal. Apparently, Rivermind is now available all around the country, but access is limited to Rivermind Plus subscribers only. And yeah, that's $800 monthly. Only the county will Amanda be able to remain if they remain on Rivermind Common. Because of this, their relationship is straining and Amanda's condition is deteriorating. Amanda begins, completely unaware of their presence, to engage in contextual product placement. Unfortunately, she ends up advising a child whose parents have split up poorly. The school has threatened to terminate her unless she stops, and the advertisements keep coming. Mike decides to stream Dumb Dummies and upgrades Amanda to Rivermind Plus in anticipation of the possible loss of money. There isn't much of an improvement except from less advertisements and more vacation options. Even after 12 hours of sleep, she feels exhausted. Nevertheless, her brain is actually running the servers while she is in sleep mode, so there is a catch.
Oh yeah,
Amanda can manage her moods, increase.
They use her brain power to power the servers, which I don't have any idea how the hell they do that. But yeah, they're using her as a battery, man, on top of all of the rest.
Increase her senses and more in Rivermind Lux, which Gaynor advises she upgrade to because of their budget constraints. Gaynor recommends booster packages for more exceptional events. As Mike's face and sexual practices are revealed, the expectations on Dumb Dummies get increasingly harsh. However, it does help him secure Rivermind Lux for their anniversary with Amanda. As soon as she...
Yeah, if you guys are asking yourselves what you just saw, it was the guy putting a mouse trap on his tongue online to get paid for it. Guys, do you imagine? This correlates directly to what I was talking about when I made the title, right? How far would you go to stay with the ones you love? Would you put a mouse trap on your tongue? It's like, let it snap your tongue.
She increases her pleasure feature, her situation improves dramatically. When she goes overboard with her reactions to food or even sex, though, Mike begins to feel uneasy. When Shane informs everyone at work about Mike's streaming, the consequences are disastrous. In the midst of Mike's thrashing, a crane runs over Shane. After Mike loses his job, he implores Gaynor to let him look for another one. When she finds out they are trying to have a child, she rejects and then says it will cost an additional $90.00 a month. Mike storms out in a fit of rage.
Because it takes more power, more brain power, and there's a lot of different brain synapses that fire off when a woman's pregnant. So they charge for that. They charge for the woman being pregnant. They're pretty much charging for everything, man. You're going to pay to be pregnant later. Well, I mean, it's not like it's not a thing now. People do pay to get pregnant today. That's true.
Once again, it is the anniversary of the waters. Even though he's toothless, Mike decides to trade in his crib for half an hour of Rivermind Lux. After Amanda awakens, they enhance her tranquility. She expresses her satisfaction and orders Mike to murder her. She starts spewing adverts as the timer goes off, showing that she has spent the entire year on Rivermind Common. In the chapter's last moments, he takes his own life after murdering her.
Oh, he does? See? I didn't even notice that part. I probably was looking away. It's like, oh, he unalived himself after unaliving the wife. All right, okay. And by the way, guys, I don't know if you noticed, but the color scheme that I was using today, the blue, the yellow, the red. This really, to me, this must be like this new Ukrainian flag when Russia takes over. It's going to be blue, yellow, and red, like the three stripes. How much do you want to bet, guys? I'm willing to bet on that one. I'm willing to bet. And this is all for entertainment purposes. Nobody listen to what I'm saying. I'm not, saying anything really relevant, but at the same time, maybe it is relevant, right? So my hypothesis is, these three colors that you see right now on the screen, the red, black, the blue, the yellow, I think maybe not the black, maybe yes, who knows? But I think those might be the new colors of the new flag of Ukraine. Look, don't take me on my word, but hey, how about, making predictions? What if that comes true? Wouldn't that give me a hell of a lot of credibility? Wouldn't it? It's like, fucking OTW knows what he's talking about. He's not that fucking crazy after all. You never know, guys. Okay, so it's all Joe Biden's fault. It might be. I don't know. Dummies on panel or clones too cheap to upgrade. I see people glitch on these panels all the time. Bearju thinks it's by 2030 we're going to have this upload our consciousness to guys. They already have the game. This is it. Okay, so we spoke about episode 1, right? But we haven't spoken about the episode which concerns the thumbnail. Okay, this one is wild, guys, because this guy that I decided to swap my face with is like the genius that invents the whole freaking virtual world. And it's also connected to making biological kind of like biological digital copies of humans onto the net. So essentially what they're trying to explain is it's kind of like that animated series on Netflix, which I think is called Pantheon, is essentially the same story. It's exactly the same story, but now they made it like an episode with that whole series, I guess, and they kind of connected it to this starship, which is kind of like some sort of parody of Star Trek. But guys, it's just mind blowing. And you know what? I'm going to drop the link. Anybody wants to join the show, come and answer this question. How far are you willing to go? Like, I'll start off with simple questions like, are you willing to put let's say you want to raise money to help somebody who's sick, let's say in the family with some sort of disease or whatever. Would you go online and, drink your urine for money? Would you put your tongue in a mouse trap? What are you? Would you put an anal plug? and would you show your face while you're doing all of these things, or would you hide behind a mask? So links in chat if anybody wants to join the show. Got 28 people watching right now. Just go ahead and hit that like button. And for all those who are watching right now, well, you can also click the membership. Yeah, get cool stuff when you're a member. We got members in chat right now. I mean, we got the Freak. We got TA with 72. I mean, channels filling up with members. So awesome. Jimbo Khan just walked in, says, I come here to hear serious discussion about things. Well, we try to make things as interesting as possible. But sometimes we don't. We just gossip. It all depends on who's on panel. But it's funny. See, I got like messages saying, hey, OTW, hope you're going live soon because I got like 2 or 3 hours of content that I could, share with you. And nobody's home. Nobody's here. Promises. Jimbo Khan goes, yeah, where's Tarek? He's like, I didn't mention any names. I didn't say anything. I don't mention no name. I mean, you said it, Jimbo Khan. Thank God my day wouldn't be complete without gay Tarek's gossip. True. True. All right, taking a sip here, relaxing. Roll them if you got them. We got Max Vision just walked in. What's up, Max? Pixel T's in the house. Hey, Max, you want to join the show? Links in chat. And anyway, anybody wants the link, you just have to type exclamation mark link and Nightbot will drop it for you. You guys all have access. Guys, rules, everything you need to know is in the description, right? You want, access to Nightbot and all the commands that you're able to do. That's free for everybody. You got the rules of the game is also posted in the description, so nobody can make any mistakes. And that's it. It's all there. Everything you need to know. Links to, for donos and shit, that's there too. PayPal and Kofi. We got super chats. We got memberships. We got emojis for the members. We got, videos for the members. We got all that stuff, man. All that good shit. All right. Chuck in Tennessee. We turned down the Neuralink brain computer to fix wife's Parkinson's. No shit. Oh, dude, I want to hear about this. Hit the link, Chuck. They offered you. So this is already in effect, guys. Holy app cray. I'm blown away. Oh yeah, Jimmy Shively coming in with the OTW live memberships. Hold on a second. I think we need a.
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
These goddamn grifters.
Shout out to Jimmy Shively. Oh yeah. All right, he's also a channel member, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to Jimmy Shively. Here's another one for you. Oh, yeah. Mr. E. All right, let's welcome the new members, guys. We got J.R. Fitley is now a member of the OTW Live broadcast. We also have Mr. E. Shout out to Mr. E. Lubas is now a proud member of the show. And who else do we have out there? It's that Stream Elements is forgetting. Because Stream Elements, you're only showing me 3. Why is there missing 2? Now you're making me go over to my broadcast on YouTube and go check out chat and see the other 2 that I'm missing. All right. So 22 people watching right now. Hit the like button, guys. We only got 11 likes. Come on, man. All right. So the other 2 were hey, wait a minute. What's up with Stream Elements? It's like, where are the other 2 members? Oh, well. Okay. Lost cause. I don't know. I can't find them. It's not in chat. Wait a minute. Oh, live chat. That's better. Let me see. 1, 2, 3. Oh, well. All right. Now I'm confused. Don't know what's going on there. What the hell? Well, you guys now have access to the OTW Live members only videos, and can also use now the emoji cones to express your feelings, right? We got laughter, anger, love, got all of them. And I decided to make those little emoji cones faces of YouTube personalities that we all know and come to appreciate, I guess. Some maybe not, but some others we do appreciate. And this is, I guess, how we honor these YouTubers, by putting their faces as emoji cones in the chat box. Yeah, all right. Shout out to Jimmy Shively, man. Good shit, dude. So J.R. Fitley. Wake up, y'all. It's Saturday morning. It's 11:25 a.m. here, Eastern Time, Montreal, Canada. Any interesting debates lately? Anything we could go over while we're waiting for the OTW journalist, reporter, and analyst, detective, the whole thing. We gave him like 20 titles the other day. Yeah, I am speaking of Tarek, for y'all who just love him in chat. So he's eventually, I imagine he might show up in chat telling me that his phone is dead and he needs to charge it. And he'll be up in in a few, and then he just won't come up. That happens sometimes. But that's okay. I mean, hey, you can't have everything, right? You jump on the opportunities that you can get. So let me see. There was the speakeasy kind of going down on it was like going at it with the machine lies, which was interesting. I don't know what else. I haven't been around lately, so I haven't watched much YouTube stuff. So I don't know, guys. Seriously, I don't know what's going on. All I can say is I'm here now. How far would you go to stay with the ones you love? How far would you go?
Maybe I am insane. Maybe I am insane. and maybe it's time for you to find out how insane I am. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's time to find out. How about we put a little music on? And we'll put this on here. Yeah, while I'm searching. No. Aha.
Video game where they show the.
There we go. Let's bring up Donut.
Right here, paranoid. Bank. Crack open.
The sea.
Unlock the secrets. Unlock the secrets. Let me crack open my drink before we start the show. My Illuminati Yacht Club drink. As I'm joined by Illuminati Yacht Club Player of the Year. Right here, Paranoid American.
I got my Illuminati Yacht Club tumbler.
Wow. That's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. Now, everybody, if you have purchased the Illuminati comic, go to your email, go search Kickstarter survey, fill out the survey so we can get these comics to you. You got an update with the comics, Paranoid American?
I mean, I got them stacked, ready to go, man. I got a whole bunch of these occult calendars I've been filling out and signing by hand. Look, I got a stack of these that I just packed right before we started recording. Wow. But none of these people have filled out the survey yet. Like they're literally ready to go, but I don't have the address. So we need the mailing address, and I can put them in the mail.
I wonder what on the occult calendar, what's going on today. Let me look, as today is April. And we got a big show for you today. We're going to get into Illuminati clones. We got the wolf clones. We got the stock market. We got war. We got a bunch of stuff. But today is April 9th. This is the day Aleister Crowley summoned Ayahuasca. And let's see what we got right here. It looks like, dang, we got Anton LaVey, the Satanist birthday coming up on the 11th. As I titled the show 10, 11, 12, as we're entering springtime for all the massive rituals going on. And we're streaming over on Hello Mr. Conspiracy over on X, YouTube, Rumble, Facebook. We're everywhere today. It's going to be a good show. Now, you got an update on the Illuminati monkeys, right?
Yeah, can you hit me with the intro?
American's a dumb name. Oh, damn this shit, man. Fucking guys, these fucking songs, man.
They don't believe them about the very last one. But anyways, let's just assume monkeys have been found. The latest news, though, this just came out a couple weeks ago. They have been absolved of any sort of wrongdoing. They don't have to pay any additional fines. There it is. Alpha Genesis facility found not in critical violation. I gotta assume that maybe there's some kind of violation, but it's just not critical. But anyways, if anyone was waiting for some big fireworks show to finish this story off, it's not there because, you know, we don't live in a fictional universe where everything wraps up nice and neat.
Yeah, it's total Illuminati monkeys. I mean, even 43 monkeys escaped the facility. We covered this. And 43 is a big Illuminati number. The 322 day of the year leaves 43 days remaining. We see a lot of sacrifices with this age. And I think, you know, all these sacrifices, actually, I'm not going to get too much into it, but I do think that we'll get a space sacrifice, somebody connected to the space program, like maybe like, you know, an old astronaut or something. Because
I like to think too, there's so many firsts that are waiting for people in space. Like, for example, no one in space has choked on an egg before. right? And the first person to do that will be the first person in all of history to do that. No one has ever shoplifted in space, right? No one has ever like done a whole bunch of different things in space. So the first people to get out there, where there's a lot of trailblazing ready for people to do.
Well, you said a word, egg, and once you hear egg, I just got to get right into the eggs. As here is Dojalam, which I thought was an absolutely perfect picture that I made of Lom and Doja Cat. And Lom, this is Lom, the egg-headed alien. Egg pops up in his work because of this creature, but he summoned Iowas on April 9th, 10th, and the 8th as well. It's a day he summoned another creature. And this is straight connected to the rocket program, the sex magic rocket program. And having Doja Cat, I don't even know where that picture went. Where did I put it? Having Doja Cat, she went on tour and she was the Scarlet Woman. And the Whore of Babylon, the Scarlet Woman, Sarah Northrup Hollister, I believe, she was even born April 8th. And this is a woman who L. Ron Hubbard stole from Jack Parson, went on an Illuminati yacht in Florida, which is an interesting story because we have an upcoming project coming up on the Illuminati Yacht Club, which I'm very, very excited about.
How much do we even want to say about it?
You know what? All my slides are so screwed up out of order, but I want to say, what are we going to be covering on the Illuminati Yacht Club? I'm looking for the damn, I had it. All right, there it is. What can we
one of the things that we're going to get into, we're going to start looking at actual Illuminati yachts. I guess we kind of have to do part of that. So we're going to find out all sorts of elites that have owned yachts, any sort of international arms dealers or occultists or people involved in major global scandals, and find out, where did the boat come from? What happened to it after they went to jail or went away? Who did they sell it to? Where's it at now? What's the name of it? And it's kind of interesting following the progression of all these different yachts as you see them bounce around the same sort of hands. You'll have literal enemies giving up their yachts to their sworn enemies, either through espionage events, or they went bankrupt, or they just got taken out. And I just think it's an interesting thread to pull on. And then what else? We're going to get into Illuminati dolphin facts, more specifically the John C. Lilly research that everyone seems to like, how different militaries weaponize dolphins. We're going to do fish facts. We're going to have a whole bunch of things. We're going to do some pirate type information about littler known pirates, not just your typical Blackbeard and Anne Bonny, but all over the place in history.
And in the news, we got stories of the big pyramids underneath the ocean, even maritime dominance. Today, President Trump restores America's maritime dominance. Maritime law is the law of banking. So we're going to get into a lot of cool topics. I'm really excited about it. And I thought that was crazy about that chick being stolen by L. Ron Hubbard and these space rituals to pop up. I learned that Reza Georgiani did this excellent interview on the Danny Jones podcast.
You said that was out of the coast of Florida. That's their other big hub. If a lot of people don't know that, they've got the Hollywood Center, but their other headquarters is in Clearwater, Florida.
So the Danny Jones podcast, I've been looking at the symbolism quite a long time. I believe this podcast is owned by Joe Rogan, straight up. I mean, the symbolism leads following the symbolism. He's got the two SS lightning bolts right here, just like Joe Rogan has the two SS lightning bolts. It's the same color coding as well. And there's just a ton of symbolism in the guy's show. They perform on a giant checkerboard floor and whatnot. So that's one of my, I don't have any hard evidence. I'll just be looking at symbolism and connecting that to it.
I mean, there's definitely a podcast secret society, right? And that's sort of the entry point. That's Joe Rogan is the exoteric version of that. He's the leader that everyone knows about, which means there's a whole other group that maybe you don't know about.
Damn, so there's a podcast secret society. That should be a video.
Should be a comic book.
Yeah, or a video we go into, the podcast secret society. As Joe Rogan, I don't know if you saw, he's always on Netflix, and he has this new Netflix show out, which was really funny, the Kill Tony one on Netflix. But it was interesting because he's pushed the hallucinogens, the mushrooms, so heavily, and we see Netflix has fungus films and now a new cartoon about different mushrooms, just rehashing probably old stories of the Smurfs and the mushrooms, which is a sort of nudging people, in my opinion, to reset the autonomic nervous system. And in this show, the Netflix show, the Kill Tony podcast. It was hilarious. But they had a guy come out, and he was addicted to mushrooms. He would do them all the time. Like he said he did it every week, which means he probably does it every like 3 days.
Well, like microdosing or straight up heroic dosing?
Heroic, very heroic. And I mean, we're talking, I think he's over.
Does he not have a job? Doesn't need to drive anywhere? Doesn't have to do anything at all that requires.
He said that he has a job, and now he's going to probably get fired after it. And then Joe Rogan looked very shocked. He was all like, "Oh, you shouldn't do that." And he's like, "Nah, you told me to do it." Sort of like, it was interesting, but it all kind of corresponds to my thesis on this channel, that this has all been a nudging operation to reset the autonomic nervous system with all these different stories coming out. And another big story in the news right now, we'll get into the stock market and the fear and greed index and the symbolism around that. Cloning is back. Tom Brady, Tiger Woods, part of team bringing Game of Thrones style direwolf back to extinction after 10 years, which I haven't read anything about this, but I've seen big channels say this is all scam and a hoax. They're really just making a chimera hybrid. It's not the actual Romulus. They're calling this Romulus, and it's interesting. There's the Alien movie Romulus as well, and the Romulus story. That's actually good. Crazy when you look at the symbolism of it.
There's another interesting symbolic thread here too, because Romulus is what Rome was named after, and if you bring back Romulus, it's almost like symbolically
also
Rome.
It's also the home,
and it was dedicated to Mars,
and it was also the home of the Romulans in Star Trek. Guys, it's funny they're mentioning Romulus because that's one of the Star Trek races, right? Romulans, Star Trek, all connected,
right? So Mars was the father of Romulus, I believe, and we're in Mars right now. We're in Aries, which is where all the wars kick off, with Kanye and his World War III, which I told everybody that was just putting these different ideas into the ethos, because a lot of people don't actually follow the news, even though it's very popular. A lot of people do, but more people follow these idols and celebrities and musicians, and World War III be trending in the news. Here is Romulus, just some symbols of Romulus, which is
whoa, we need to censor some of that.
I mean, back then they didn't have the naughty websites back then, so they had the painting was on the wall. Everybody was naked. Looking at old paintings and pictures are crazy. You know, like
gives a new expression to the term. The writing's on the wall
for any of the artwork that was in the past. Just crazy, man. Just crazy pictures. But here's Romulus, which is connected. The first king of Rome. Thank you. That's crazy right there. Wow. And we see all the Roman symbolism, which are more ancient than Rome, but we see that very prominent today, going viral. And symbolism, why did, Kanye ran to Japan? Japan, their symbol is the sun when you look at the flag, and they did work with the National Socialists, but they're on our team now. But we're hearing about all the tariffs in the news and all this, and these economic tariffs and whatever are the preludes to wars. And that's what happened with Pearl Harbor. These preludes to wars, the economic wars turn into real wars. And here's another article of just the nudging of how mushrooms bolster your immune system, mushroom protects the brain. Just keep on going. It's okay. Mainstream articles from the Time magazine to the Wall Street Journal want everybody resetting their nervous system. It's in my opinion, it's creating the new belief system of the new alien race, or just got to alter the different the belief systems, brainwashing and belief systems.
Well, just like Joe Rogan, you were saying, is this advocate for this. You just had a slide up of Robert Gordon Wasson. And Gordon Wasson's the one that made magic mushrooms known to the rest of the Western world. And his job, while this was occurring, was vice president of public relations at JP Morgan. And public relations is a fairly new invention. This is from the 20th century, the early 20th century. there was a guy that got put in charge of the Rockefeller public relations after some of their henchmen took out some union protesters. One of the organizers in a coal mine got taken out of the world by one of Rockefeller's goons. And in order to combat the public outcry was actually starting to turn into riots, and it could have been something big, he hires someone for a brand new field called crisis management. And crisis management made way for public relations. And public relations is basically an entire network onto its own right now. That's an entire career field. And this guy was VP of public relations at JP Morgan, just happens to also be the one that introduces psychedelics to the Western world, which is wild. It just coincidentally, it's a PR guy from JP Morgan, which was another sort of Jekyll Island Hunt Club member of the Rockefeller family who invented PR. I don't know. It's just weird how specific and coincidental all that is.
And JP Morgan, Kanye will tell you it's my people running it. But if you go back through history, look at the symbol. And this is another thing I learned through the symbolism of that last show of the Reza Georgiani on it was an absolutely incredible podcast. But the Chase logo is a swastika. and the people that work for JP Morgan were National Socialists as well. But that's not what Kanye will say. He says the opposite. But I thought that was crazy how we see these symbols every day, but how many people know that it's a swastika? Like right there, you can see in the white, which is the same symbol for the Severance show. So if you look at Severance, this is the desk at Severance as well, which is interesting there.
Well, I believe there's a scientific name for this shape too, called the Gamadian. And at a subparticle level, I think, or at least at like a nanoscopic level, they can create these tiny little Gamadians, and they will capture energy and turn into these little sort of pinwheels, and they spin around when they harness energy. So that this shape has an actual practical effect on the physical world, which is weird that it's this band shape. It's been so tainted for probably the rest of our lifetimes when it has actual physical properties.
Yeah, symbols aren't bad or evil. Symbols mean something. And that's why I'm very interested in uncovering the symbols, unlocking the secrets. But before we get even more deeper into the show, Romulus, this cloning operation, have you looked into the story at all?
I know about the Game of Thrones, and I know about Remus and Romulus, but no, I don't know. Is this like bringing back dinosaurs, but they're going to start with a direwolf first?
No, you don't get it. Okay. And this relates directly to my thumbnail and I believe it's either the second or the first episode of the new season of Black Mirror. So this guy in real life, not in real life, but in the series, he has the technology. He's got a bioprinter. Okay. So all you need is a little strand of DNA that this guy finds out of somebody's coffee cup or whatever, takes saliva, whatever, and reproduces a copy of that person's DNA and everything in the virtual world, guys. So this is it's pushing it even further than that, Donut.
It's Jurassic Park, right?
Why don't they just skip right to Jurassic Park? Why do we gotta
digital
1,000 years? Go way back if you're gonna do it.
Why do we want a dog? Let's bring back the long neck or a T-Rex. I mean, think about weaponizing T-Rexes. That's what
bring back something that would be impossible to disprove, right? If you brought back a direwolf, there's always going to be plenty of wiggle room for someone to say, it's kind of a chimera. If you bring back a freaking Tyrannosaurus Rex, it's a chimera of what? What else did they combine this thing with to get a Velociraptor, right?
And shout out to all the T-Rexes up in the chat room. You know who you are. So this is a Illuminati clones documentary that I made a while back when I started the channel, where from Bill Clinton, this is Bill Clinton, very upset about the cloning operations. And he was like, look, we're going to get rid of this. He never got rid of the cloning. And then George Bush came on, I believe it was on 9/11, and said, we're going to get rid of the cloning as well. But they didn't get rid of it. They just moved it to the private sector. And that's all public information. Right here is a little clip. Maybe I'll play a little second of it.
On federal funding for human cloning, but allowing private corporations to continue cloning ad infinitum.
Effective immediately, no federal agency may support, fund, or undertake such activity. Of course, a great deal of research and activity in this area is supported by private funds.
Alexander is in the house.
on the cloning of human beings.
In today's video, we're going to be covering...
That's Young Donut. So much.
Who's that baby? I didn't know you had a son. It's crazy.
That was me. Look at them eyeballs. That's another PR trick too. You see the 2 white dots in my eyeballs right there? That humanizes me. That's a filmmaking trick. So you'll see this in every film you watch, every movie you watch. They light the lighting to give you the 2 dots to humanize you. Maybe that's why you'll see it. You'll see that. But here is some of the articles of the human cloning. But isn't that crazy how like you just got freaking Bill Clinton on there just saying we got to get rid of human cloning. Like they've been doing this since the 90s. Like it's way more advanced than what they're showing us.
It's funny too. They call it prohibition because prohibition, in my mind, doesn't conjure up ideas of anything that was either permanent or effective. Anytime the government prohibits something, sort of means that you can only do it if you are secretive about it or if you grease the right palms. Like the government can't actually ban or prohibit anything effectively. So just by saying it, it's like just yelling, "I declare bankruptcy," right?
I declare bankruptcy. Are you hitting to Michael Scott there?
Yeah, I was into Michael Scott.
I love that. You know how to get me going, bro. Let me play that real quick right here.
Shout out to KC526. Welcome to the show. And what's up, Max? What's up, man?
Hey, how you doing? Is this a video
doing good.
Playing, or?
Yeah, this is Donut's last upload there. I'm just reviewing it, and kind of a little bit correlates with the topic today. So they did mention, Romulans and stuff like that. So
yeah, the human cloning is interesting to me.
And the cloning as well, which is another part of the news. Have you watched the Black Mirror? The new season, like the first couple of episodes? You should, man. It's fucked. It's really fucked up.
Okay. Yeah, they do want to make clones. They've got several different things under the way for their life extension-y things. Cloning is one of them. Plus, it's good for spare parts.
Yeah, I haven't watched the whole season, but a lot of it, well, anyway, I think like the first 3 episodes rotate around uploading the human consciousness to a virtual reality.
Yeah,
it's like it's insane. Like the first 3 episodes, it hits right into that topic.
Clone baby Rex right now. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if uploading your conscious, I'm not convinced on that technology at all. I really think it's such a hoax.
I think it's going to be a really big scam.
Yeah.
It might be like another way to depopulate.
Certainly, yeah. That'd be a good use of it,
Yeah,
just upload your consciousness. Look, here's your grandma. She can talk to her in the computer. It'll be the same. If you watch the series,
well, that's the whole thing. That if you watch the series Pantheon, there's like I think 2 or 3 seasons. It's an animated series, but dude, it's exactly what we're talking about. Okay,
yeah.
But the only thing is, in the series, they have to make a digital copy of your brain, but by doing so, they have to use a laser to kind of like literally burn out layers of the brain so it can it can make a copy of it.
Yeah.
So you essentially end up with a dead corpse after the procedure. Your body no longer, you're just completely uploaded to the and is it really you, or are you just like sacrificing yourself to some sort of
it would just be a copy, right? Because they can't transfer the actual life energy, at least as far as I know. I know China is trying to do that, apparently. They're trying to capture the soul as a power source. But I don't know how well they're doing with that.
In the episode Common People, that's what they're doing to the woman. They're like the video we just reviewed earlier before I started the donut. Yeah, essentially that's what they were doing to her. They were like they had that chip in her brain, and they were like she had brain damage due to some sort of tumor, and they kind of like uploaded her cognitive abilities, okay, to their server and retransmitted it through, like cell towers. Okay.
Yeah.
But they would also then include commercials and shit like that, dude. So she'd walk around and start speaking out commercials when it pertained to the particular topic. Let's say they were talking about toilet paper or something or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like come out with a toilet paper commercial. Yeah. Or, you're having trouble at home, check out christianfamilies.com. Or, it's like she just spew out all kinds of different commercials, little advertisements.
It's tax time. Go to H&R Block.
Right. It's like, exactly. That's what she would do. Just like, and she wouldn't even know that she's doing it, right? Somebody would say, why did you say that? And you go, well, what do you mean? I didn't say it. What did I say?
Yeah.
Well, you said
the advertisement. Oh, that would suck, being used as a commercial for the rest of your life.
Holy crap, because you can't afford the higher tiers, because what they do is it's like insurances and shit like that, or even like internet websites and all that. It's the same principle. They up the tiers and reduce the services for the lower tiers and give the services that they initially offered to the lower tiers to the higher tiers, and then charge more for the same service.
Yeah, it's good system.
Right?
I like
it. Yeah, and they really screw these people over to the point where they end up at the end of this the episode, the guy unlives his wife and takes his own.
Okay, yeah.
Insane.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. And you know what, guys? Easter's coming up. How much do you want to bet something's going to go down? Something's up this year, guys. We're too happy for some reason. A lot of positivity is going around. And, that might be an indicator. a lot of fear in the stock market, too, though.
Yeah, I like that. That's fun. I hate the stock market. It shouldn't really exist.
It shouldn't. That's another kind of weird thing that, we could talk about that, but I'm just going to let's say, play a little bit more of this, see what Donut has to say about the day a cult that believes in space aliens announced a clone human baby in Florida. Woo!
That's my boy, Michael Gary Scott. Right there. I declare bankruptcy. Great episode. So here's some more slides of the cloning out in Florida. Young Donut, therapeutic cloning. This was fun. I went into all these topics that are now becoming more mainstream in the news. Oh, even Epstein was doing this kind of stuff, probably with P. Diddy and all that.
I think he's already there, man. I'm pretty sure that he already planted his seed enough that he'll have an echo on the future. It's the same way where Genghis Khan, right? There's a certain amount of people in Southeast Asia, like a certain percentage of people are just related to this dude because of how much he got around. And now you've got these fertility doctors, Elon Musk and Epstein, that are sort of, maybe Wilt Chamberlain, sort of doing the exact same thing, where you might not realize it now in our lifetimes, but after his kids have kids and those kids have kids, and that happens a couple more times, now all of a sudden there's going to be a huge amount of people that can link their lineage back to Elon Musk and Jeffrey Epstein.
And they're doing this because we're going through a population collapse as well right now, where I wanted to bring this information to my audience about pronatalism and antinatalism, because we like to be early here on the Donut Factory and give you the information here first.
Gotta get up early to make those donuts.
You gotta, the early worm gets the worm. It's all about being early and ahead of the crowd. But this is what's happening around the world: is a population collapse. People aren't even dating anymore or whatever. So the incubator babies and seeding the human race or whatever is probably just something that they know statistically through data analytics that, hey, we got to start the cloning operation hardcore. Or maybe it's all fake. Maybe it's just propaganda to get us into the stuff. British scientists make human cow embryo. So this story keeps going on, but I would like to get into another story about the Illuminati cows. We showed you the Illuminati monkeys in the beginning of this Operation Blowhole. All right, that's another thing that's coming soon. The Illuminati cows have been straight connected with these stories. This is a new one coming out. Nearly 200 cows disappeared. The case remains cold. The first report was filed just before Thanksgiving. 29 cows and calves, a rancher told a state agriculture official, hadn't come home. And this has been a lore in the UFO abduction scene for a long time. And this is why I made my Illuminati cow documentary on Patreon, to show how the FBI has been involved with cattle mutilation for a long time. I mean, it goes all the way back to Lansdale, right here, Edward Lansdale. There's some MK Ultra stuff going on, where in Vietnam, he was learning about the Oswong, which were these vampires that would suck the humans dry. And that's why, yeah, ayo, yeah, oh,
right.
What she said. Elon Musk is a vampire as well, he claims. And even Sarah Northrop Hollister, who was the Whore of Babylon, connected to L. Ron Hubbard and all that, doing the Aleister Crowley rituals with Jack Parsons in the rocket program. She was a vampire as well. Crowley denounced her as a vampire. But these stories are all fictional and made up by CIA, FBI, operations going on. So I thought this was a cool news article. I like to grab them old news article. And this guy, Schmidt, who is heading this, is still like in political power. All the same people are all there. Harold Putoff and all that. And the cow symbolism's there. But you can continue on that, but you know a lot about the lizard people underneath the tunnels. Are these stories real or fake?
In my opinion, in my Rockefeller public educated brain, these were fake. If you look into this particular story about the underground lizard people in California, it was because this guy was sitting on this plot of land and he was trying to sell it and no one was buying it. And he was potentially going to lose a lot of money if he didn't get rid of this. So he plants this story in the papers about this plot of land being the entrance to this underground catacomb city of lizard people. And this was sort of his PR campaign to sell it. It's almost if you wanted to sell your house on Zillow and you said, oh, and by the way, it's the entrance to an underground lizard city. Maybe you would get a few extra buyers. And then, of course, it says gold at the bottom because, again, this is a plot of land in California. He's trying to flip it. Anyway, that is the debunked version that makes more sense to me than an actual underground city of reptilians and gold. Because if nothing else, this would be the coolest theme park ever.
My pleasure, Kane. I had fun.
That's crazy. I really enjoyed a lot of your recent podcast, had me cracking up when they brought up salvia, and then you started talking about salvia, and you're like, "Oh, it goes back to the Genghis Empire of 1900," and I was like,
the Owaka tribe.
Yeah, you went all hard.
Which is, dude, that's exactly where Gordon Wasson went in his journeys. And the only reason I even know any of that, the only reason that Wasson's name ever stood out to me is because in the 90s, I was trying to find out more information about salvia, and every single thing ever written about salvia all came from this guy Wasson. I didn't even know what his first two initials were. I just knew it as Wasson. And I mean, I was shocked to find out it's the same Skull and Bones Century Club connected guy that brought the psychedelic movement to America and was part of MK Ultra and was possibly part of JFK assassination and was, this VP at more. I don't know. It still blows my mind today how this one person was a linchpin of so many different conspiracies.
All over the place. That was wild.
Oh, hey, and don't forget, we got the Illuminati cow in the Illuminati comic. We've got an Illuminati comic cow.
That's right. We got all the Illuminati cows, monkeys, dolphins, penguins. Oh, that's another story we should go to right now is the Illuminati penguins. I'll go to the clip real quick, and then we'll get into the story.
Shout out to JRP.
Illuminati rye penguins.
That's a thumbnail right there.
Margaret Keenan, when she was the first woman ever to receive the candy, she had this on her shirt.
And the other guy was William Shakespeare. Yeah, and Biden got his at 3:22 p.m.
Your boy had the penguin mask on.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, when he
looks
received
like a penguin.
Yeah, but when he received it, received the candy.
Oh, he was wearing the penguin mask?
Yeah, 007 is very much connected to it. We got to do a part 2. I'm not even going to say his name. He got a lot of penguin connections. He got a lot of pictures with these things.
Yeah, man. He looks like a penguin too.
Yeah, he does.
So anyway, we made this video of the penguins a long time ago, years ago. Y'all remember it. But in the news today, penguins And with the Trump tariffs, it goes exactly along with the story. Crazy.
Well, another weird penguin angle is this is one of the weirdest stories that I remember pulling up on the internet. And like, that can't be real. In the 1970s, the military were harvesting these pineal glands from penguins and shipping them back up to a lot of the same MK Ultra affiliated universities, and they were harvesting melatonin from these pineal glands. And if you look at where that research brought us in 2025,
serotonin.
These are, well, no, in particular, this one was actually studying the production of melatonin because the penguins in their locations, some of them were exposed to these 24-hour days and other ones were exposed to 24-hour nights. And they took the different pineal glands of these different penguins that lived at these different times to see how much melatonin production was affected by these. And this actually led to a lot of what we know now about melatonin production, the serotonin as well, but the melatonin, if you look at the melatonin research, that has carried over into some of the most popular pharmaceuticals that we have today on the market.
Right.
So that's another crazy Illuminati penguin connection.
That's crazy. Yeah, I only said serotonin. I don't know anything about it, but I just saw it said serotonin. And so, but yeah, I heard that the melatonin is a huge...
That was the 1970s military one. It was about melatonin. There's been plenty of other experiments on serotonin.
They'd be taking off these penguins' heads. They'd be removing the pineal glands and they'd be washing up on shore. It's Illuminati. And we got a lot of stuff going on. We also got a coloring book of the Illuminati animals.
It's done except for the cover, and it'll be out this year. I don't know. I mean, as soon as we got time to put it together, little title page and everything. But yeah, we got an Illuminati animals comic book that's got 26 pages, one for every letter of the alphabet that represents a different Illuminati animal.
And so make sure to look at
Hey, I got to do that. An OTW coloring book, right?
Absolutely crucial. Let's get them past
with all your favorite characters that you could color in.
9. I'm like 10 people or 20 people away from 9,000.
Let's just get it to 9,000 then.
There you go. That's a winner.
Hey, is that an idea? An OTW coloring book?
Yeah, I think so. You know, you give them a bunch of crayons and sell that for like $20.
Yeah, that sounds like a thing, man. I think that I might explore that option right there. I mean, I could actually draw all the drawings.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how many pages? What is a reasonable coloring book? How many pages should a coloring book have? The OTW coloring book?
26.
I was thinking more like 33 pages, but hey, I mean 26.
Sure. Yeah, 33. How are you going to get that one page stuck in the middle?
Right. So who gets to get into this OTW coloring book? I'm going to have to go make or draw caricatures of all of you YouTubers out here. I need 33 YouTubers to make an OTW coloring book. I'll figure this shit out.
1,400 people in here, 1,400 now. Smash that like button.
Yeah, 1,400 here now. Hit that like
button. That would
button.
get me to 10,000. If every single person watching
hit those likes up to 1,400.
That would get me to 10,000 right now.
Make sure to go do that because you're going to want to get the Illuminati coloring book by Paranoid American and myself with the Illuminati unicorns, all the different animals of the Illuminati. And we are also all animals on the planet. According to the Illuminati as well, that's how they.
No, we're not from this planet.
So maybe we got to add in another image.
I don't think so. We're not from here.
If you go by maritime law, we're
everything
monsters,
here wants
right?
to kill us.
Oh yeah, maritime law monsters. That's why this Illuminati yacht club that we're going to be doing every Wednesday or so.
Oh, that's right. We're also going to have a maritime.
No, but seriously, Max, think about it. Everything on this planet literally just wants to kill us. Whether it be mosquitoes or you name it, man.
Yeah, that goes back to the battle of the serpent and man. We've both been here from the beginning, and we've been constantly fighting.
You mean man and nature?
No, the serpent in particular.
Aha.
Uh-huh. That's why the Bible talks about it. The serpent people that live underground.
Oh my God! Oh, you're talking about that? What's his name? Hold on, what? I can't remember his name. That dude there, that Australian dude.
Ike.
Oh, David Icke.
Oh,
and his
David
reptilian thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh boy. Oh, that's really out there. That's out of this world.
I don't know where his reptilians come from. Mine are from the Earth.
I think I'm not sure. I don't want to go too far with this, but I could speculate that I think he says that it comes from like the center of the Earth, like they're not aliens from outer space. I think, or they could be. I don't know. I can't remember.
Some people do the Alpha Draconian thing where they're from Draco, the constellation. I'm not sure about that one.
Right, or they're interdimensional beings, or something like some shit like that. That's why we can't see them or whatever. And then others say that they're shapeshifters. They switch back and forth from human form to, like chameleons can, change their outer skin to fit the surrounding area.
Yeah,
so
like the royal family,
Yeah, well, I mean, come on, guys! I can't believe this shit. Even though this channel is out of this world, I think that's a little bit too out of this world for even me.
Is it? Okay.
Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. It
I don't know.
depends
I'm open to the idea.
what mood I'm in.
I'm pretty open to the idea of the queen of that being a lizard or a shape-shifting lizard. I don't know.
See, I guess what's happening today is I guess I'm into that skeptical mood.
Yeah.
That's why.
Well, there's actually a human morphology change that can happen to people in those types of positions. Their amygdala grows much bigger. So there's actually a physiological change in people when they're like put in positions of power like that, where they have the power over people's lives and deaths. And it is kind of like they're becoming reptilian. They are able to put their emotions aside and not think about the horrors.
Huh. Wow. That's interesting. Are there studies on this?
Yeah, like a general that has to tell people to go to war and go and die.
And fully know that person's not coming back.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That must be something, man.
Mm-hmm.
But you must be kind of somewhere you have to be like almost a sociopath, not
a little bit, yeah, kind of. But does that change them into like, is that a reptilian brain? I don't know. Kind of more like one, but
sounds more like a robotic brain with devoid of emotion. Yeah. Which dude, this is what I'm saying. This uploading your consciousness thing will probably go to the point where you're gonna have to pay for a subscription and shit like that. Work inside the virtual world where there's gonna be some sort of jobs to do to help build and expand the virtual world.
Yeah.
Because the way I see it, if you're, I'm referring back to the episode of Black Mirror. The guy made a clone of himself and put him at the heart of the program to keep building new worlds and keep expanding and making expansions. So the guy would literally just spend eternity there expanding the game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, there's human body computing that they'll probably go to eventually. And what that means is that you'll probably be paid for the amount of computing your body does, like the amount of data transfer and computing they can do on the blockchain.
I think it has a lot to do with how the brain, the neural pathways of the brain operate. Because if you remember I believe it's Iron Man 3, okay? They have this guy come in and he's got like a technology to map all the synapses in the brain. So it would literally like creates a map of all of the electric signals that are transmitted throughout the brain and the body. So it's like, if they can come up with it in the movies, I'm pretty sure they base those ideas off of things that actually exist. Right? Because art reflects reality and reality reflects art, right? So if you consider the movie industry or the cinematic industry an art form, then that would make a lot of sense, right?
Yeah. Well, if you follow the history of it too, they're very interested in our brainwaves. They've been mapping them for about 100 years now. And they've gotten really deep into it. But they've got 100 years of data on human brainwaves. They were collecting from the old wired telephones. They collected brainwaves from those, recorded them, and because they predicted the computer, they were waiting for that to come so they could enter the data.
And now they have such a massive storage capacity that, well, yeah. I mean, especially with like these new D-Wave computers and stuff like that coming out, where they're the size of a room, but 10 years from now, it'll be the size of a chip in your hand. You know, how fast technology progresses and how they're able to, what is really big now, reduce in size over time.
Yeah.
So imagine,
they're down to right now, they're actually working on just maneuvering individual particles and atoms to line them up for computer systems. So you'll have an actual atomic computer, just on a chip, little chip.
Yeah. Well, like I said, in the series Pantheon, they operate in the same way. They have like buildings with servers. So the richest of the rich can operate at phenomenal speeds, right? Because they're able to upload their consciousness, but the rate that they operate all depends on the processing power.
Yeah.
So the rich people have buildings of servers to, so it will make them, literally gods in the virtual world, while people with less money will, some of them will be, I think it would go down to the point where they can only chat, right? They won't even be able to, you won't even be able to be a virtual being. You can only chat, because you're poor. You're poor, so you're at the lowest tier. So you're at the chat tier. Yeah. So you have a teeny weeny little server that's strong enough to just support you chatting.
Wow, that's sad.
Crazy shit, man.
Yeah, once you monetize life, right?
Excuse me?
You can do whatever you want. Once you monetize life, you can pretty much do anything, right?
Yeah, you're right.
What are you going to do about it? I got the programs, you got to pay me.
Yeah. And if they convince enough people, I think that the whole scandemic, okay, I think that was just a test. Okay, because they got enough people to believe that was true. But hold on a second. So the next thing, if the next thing is a thing, I think it's going to have something to do with uploading your consciousness to the, there's going to be a divide. There's going to be a certain amount of people who are going to want to do it, okay, for personal reasons, okay, or whatever kind of related reasons. Who knows, a boost in your career. Who knows what it is that they're going to offer you to sell your soul, even your physical body in a sense, right? So, I mean, how far do you think they're going to go with this? I think they're going to push that all the way, because if they're willing to get 3/4 of the world to shut down, if not the whole world, don't you think they can get at least half of the world to get upload their consciousness to the internet? And even beyond just saying that is even the people that are left. Okay, a lot of them are going to want to go there, join their loved ones, and they're going to end up getting manipulated because they're going to be lonely. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're going to miss their loved ones. So I don't know. I think we just got a raid, man. We're up to 52 people watching, man. It just boosted up like, holy crap. Yeah, we're getting a raid. Shout out to whoever raided us. 64 people watching. Hit the like button. Share this out, y'all. Much love and respect.
Well, eventually they might reach a point, because they're going to do, we're using computers now, but the human body is much better. It's faster communication. I think eventually what's going to happen is we might even just shift out of actually having bodies and just live in consciousness fields. That might be our actual future. They claim there's conscious fields out, rings of conscious energy, they call them, out in space right now. That was something I saw. I wonder if that's our future.
Well, think of it this way. If this is what they're really planning, they really want to take this, the human, to the next level. I mean, I think it's going to be a mix of cybernetics and uploaded consciousness. You're going to be paying for different types of services out there. There'll be like companies and websites and places where they're going to be able to, they're going to concentrate on, let's say, sports, right? So like athletic abilities. So if you pay for a certain tier, you're going to upgrade your physical abilities to the point where you can compete Olympically, You
can do that now. There was rumors of people using human augmentation in the last Olympics.
Oh, really? I didn't even know that.
Oh, yeah, it's available right now. I'll show you after your video.
Well, you can drop that backstage and we can bring it up right now. I mean, it's not like,
sure.
Well,
let me find it here. There's a couple different products and services available. But I like the Super Patch. It's a good one. Kind of gives a good explanation on what they're doing. Tiny robots. Where is Super Patch? There it is.
JS, Urban Adventure channel member just walked in. What's up?
Let me check that this is it. No, that's not it. Okay.
Mems Viself selfie no me.
Oh, copy.
I'm trying to read a name in chat. Anyway, shout out to the to Mem. Let's call you Mem.
There you go. I put it in private chat.
All right, I got it. Let's bring that up and on.
This one's really cool. It's about $60 a month.
You gotta be kidding me! I can't wait to see this.
I found another one that's around 60. There's different types too, so different types of augmentation you can do.
All right, hold on a sec. Do this. A short video, real quick, guys.
That's 2 minutes.
All right. Bring it up on stage. There we go.
This one's really cool because it goes right into your skin.
Super Patch is the most advanced wearable technology in the market, with 15 plus years of research and development. Super Patches are 100% drug-free, non-invasive, and backed by science. Our skin absorbs and transmits information from many different types of stimulation. Every physical, emotional, and psychological function has a corresponding neural code or message in our brain that controls and regulates it. Due to factors such as injury, stress, genetics, etc., these neural codes can get disrupted, leading to poor health, wellness, and performance. At Super Patch, we've decoded these neural messages that manage the neural control of physical, emotional, and psychological functions. Every single Super Patch has a unique pattern of ridges in it, similar to a QR code. When these ridges come in contact with our skin, the receptors in and around our skin send a message to our brain which then decodes it. This intricate pattern of ridges is known as vibrotactile technology, or VTT for short. When the patch stimulates the skin receptors, it generates and sends a very complex signal to our brain to correct the specific neural codes that may be disrupted. The effects are almost immediate. So you focus less on overcoming wellness and quality of life challenges and more on living a happier and healthier life.
You gotta be kidding me,
Whether it's improving your sleep, enhancing your sports performance, or unlocking other
Nope.
life-enhancing
Totally
benefits,
real.
Super Patch has you covered. Try Super Patch today and start your health and wellness journey. www.superpatch.com.
Oh my God. You gotta
So
be
they can-
shitting me, man.
So they can make you stronger, smarter, better balanced, better endurance. They can make you learn better. These are all like they can increase it up to 17 to 25%.
Oh man, they're already starting with the upgrades, dude. Oh boy. This is bad news.
So they go in and they tinker with your thinker.
So
until
my
it, does
theory
what it does.
on all of this isn't so far-fetched after all.
Nope.
Holy shit. I hate being right.
And this is just one of a few companies. There's
Yeah,
many others.
exactly. Yeah, that's not the only company out there, obviously.
Yeah, so they
Goodness
figured
gracious.
out they figured out while we're logging into your body and tinkering around in there, hey, we might as well make some money off it. So here's some beneficial things we can do to you, so we can sell them. Yeah, they got different patches. They have about a line of about 8 to 12 patches that you can buy for different effects.
We got
So
Jessica says that patch is an antenna
That's
with
right.
the intent to be ruled by the dark forces.
That is correct. Yeah, yeah. It's just an
Interesting.
access point to your body.
Well, I mean, it wasn't alcohol invented for that?
Yeah, I've gotten
Like,
access
what do they
to
need
alcohol.
what do they need it? Now you don't have to open up a bottle anymore and drink a 2-4. You just put a patch on and there you go. Yeah, dude, they'll get you drunk on a patch. You
Yeah.
know, they'll cure
Yeah, I don't know
alcohol.
why they haven't brought that out. You know, like they could do that. They could give you a high patch. They could probably give you an ayahuasca patch too.
They can give you a DMT. They could give you any patch that could actually make a difference in your life. And they're just holding all of that back, right? Come on, man.
Yeah.
If they came out with the nicotine patches back then, that was just like the test, the first test run.
Yeah. Oh, you can make a magic amulet with one of these companies.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude, that's in one of the episodes. Hold on a second, let me think. Was that it wasn't Confo? It was one of the episodes where this woman spent so much time with computers that she ended up literally inventing a quantum device where she could tap into the multiverse and switch dimensions where whatever she said is a reality.
Okay, yeah.
So, and when she directs it at someone, she could change that person's reality with a couple of phrases, and that'll be the truth. And that person literally goes mad because they think that they're going mad. You know, they think they're going crazy. So it's like one of the episodes in Black Mirror. It's funny you mentioned it.
And you can.
Yeah, I did I featured a video last weekend on my show where these guys were talking about the manifestation chair. And they used it in one instance to have a bottle of beer manifest on the table of the general in their company.
Okay.
So they've taken it to a whole new level where they're manifesting actual objects. Now, can they use that same technology to augment people? I don't know. It's kind of
That is absolutely mind-blowing, man. When you think about it, it's like we're there now. You understand? We're at the point, technologically speaking, at the beginning of the Terminator franchise. You know, it's like where it all started, man. It's like, what was it, Terminator 2 or Terminator 3? I think it was Terminator 2. Yeah. We're literally at the beginning of Terminator 2 right now.
I think we're past that reality, really. It's just that the surface, like on the surface, you don't see it.
Well, obviously we haven't made the self-operating, death machines like those Terminators, right? We I haven't,
know.
Well, maybe there might be like a freaking underground.
I saw a dancing
base.
robot last week.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Is like there could be an underground military base with freaking millions of these machines already ready to go. You know, I'm kind of like the movie Hellboy 2 and the army, where this army is just underground waiting for someone to just activate it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you know, maybe the technology already exists. Maybe they've been just trying to catch up with it to be able to use it at a certain point in time.
Yeah, just
2030 doesn't sound that far-fetched when you see how fast things are going, right?
Okay, let me take you a little bit further then.
All right.
I showed you a video, you missed it, but it was called Electroceuticals, on how they can basically, by transmitting a field, an electrical field, they can augment anything, any human, any being, any creature.
Through frequencies.
Yes. So if you wanted to move your eye over to the side of your head, they would transmit a frequency, stimulate that area, and over time that eye would move. Now, there are rumors that what they've done with this technology is taken it to its furthest extent, where you could like do things like give people feathers, fish gills, and taken it to the point where they have made a xenomorph. You know, the creature from Aliens?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, apparently they made some of them out of people.
No way.
Yeah. I don't have any confirmation on that, but yeah, it's possible through the technology.
So you're telling me they can manipulate DNA?
Yeah.
With frequencies? That is absolutely freaking crazy.
Yeah, it's called, well, there's several different ways, but one of them is called DNA origami. They just basically start folding it and changing it.
Oh my God. That's like literally what it is. Holy crap.
So yeah.
I don't know what to say.
They're there too.
Fox slogan says big if true. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
This is big news.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't confirm
Especially with the propaganda guys. Think about what they're pushing on the on these TV shows and shit. All of this is to prepare you for what's coming, man. I'm telling you guys.
Like I said, I can't prove
kind of like
that,
they're using it as marketing tools and means to promote shit to you guys, you know.
Yeah, the technology exists, so.
So we're not too far from what they're planning. I mean, this. How about all of these movies like Player One, Gamer, all of these movies where it has something to do with you either playing this virtual reality game or being immersed into this virtual reality world. And I mean, they started this shit like a while back when they started doing when they opened up the internet to the games, right? Where people could play across the country together, you know. So that was like probably just the beginning of the whole process. Because if you think about it, a lot of people ended up paying this game called World of Warcraft, which had millions and millions of people on those servers, which was literally a world in its own. You could travel. It would take you hours to go from one end of the world to the next. And, you know, to travel faster, you'd have to get either a mount or, or be an engineer and build yourself a motorcycle. It was pretty freaking, you know, awesome, you know. But now imagine if you could actually be that character in the world. Now that would bring it totally to the next level. Imagine World of Warcraft switching on over to VR systems and shit like that, where you're literally immersed into the game.
Oh yeah, you're in there for sure.
Right.
Here's a link. I'll post it in chat for Electroceuticals. That's
put it in private.
How they augment. It's a long video, but
yeah, you can't post links in chat if you're not a mod.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you do it in private, and I'll drop it.
And I will post also Gene origami, so you guys can look at that.
All right. Let me drop that in chat. And is there another one?
I'm going to post a document.
Oh, okay.
I have to find it first. Hold on.
All right. So let's go check it out, actually. I'm curious. All right. Did I watch this before? I think I watched this.
You saw bits of it, yeah. And then you took off. You didn't see the end of it.
Okay.
Based on computing.
$63 people watching. Hit the like button. Become a member. You get like access to memberships. There's super chats.
Hello, Doctor.
All that fun stuff, guys.
How you doing?
Sorry, I was just curious that when you mentioned that about inducing bioelectric signals with ions to make changes, is more or like is additional energy required from elsewhere to fuel the changes in development, like say additional nutrients and minerals? Is there like an order of complexity to it?
I think they do use some of that, yes.
I don't think so. Now, nobody's measured this, so it's possible that there are subtle differences, but I don't think there are major differences, because what you're doing is you're not necessarily introducing new proteins. You're not doing anything other than opening and closing the existing channels that are there. And so I think, well, what it does require is a baseline level of resting potential, which is kept up usually by the sodium potassium ATPase, so that has to be kept going. But I think not much energy is actually used to open and close these channels. So as far as I know, I don't think there's an energy limitation here.
Wow, it takes a while for the response. Hello.
Is it even playing?
Yeah.
Like it stopped.
He's moving.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he is moving.
Captain OTW speaking. Please respond.
Yeah.
Uhura, open up a channel.
If anybody's talking, I can't hear anyone. I think you guys are muted.
Hail them.
Yeah, right.
Oh, there we go.
Let me get back to finding that document.
Okay, can I? Okay. Professor Levine, thank you so much for the talk. It was really fascinating.
Thank you.
So I don't have much of a biomedical background, so all of this looks like magic to me, much of it. But I do have a computer science background, and I'm trying to figure out how AI could help in this endeavor. And so from what I understand, the models that you're speaking of could involve like looking at a bunch of data that you've collected from all of these different animals, and then finding out some patterns which can then extrapolate to new kinds of data, make new predictions, that sort of thing. So is that the kind of models that you're implying, or do you have something else in mind? Could you maybe say a few words?
Yeah. So there's been a couple of different types of uses of AI here, and then we can talk about what's still missing. The thing that we did in Planaria was to basically build a database, basically build an expert system that knows every published result in Planaria research. So every experiment of the form, I did this, and then I saw that. I did this, and then I saw that, right? So these, experimental setup result, right? So those, those kind of pairs, we have hundreds, I think like 800 maybe in the database. So that is a knowledge database. That's everything we know about Planaria. And then what the machine learning has to do is using a simulator, so a virtual Planarian, it has to try to come up with a model of the regulatory circuit within each cell, such that when you pull them together into a tissue and you start doing virtual experiments on them, give the same answers as what's in the database, right? Most models, of course, don't match that. And so this was an evolutionary algorithm that eventually found a model that acts exactly like not only did it act like the experiments in the database, of course, we held back a bunch of experiments that it never got to see, and then it correctly predicted those experiments, and then it actually gave us some that had never been done before that we did, and we saw the right outcome. So one thing you want to do with machine learning is to infer models of what's going on, not just predict numbers and that kind of thing, but actually infer human understandable descriptions of what the algorithm is that it's operating inside the cells and also across the whole tissue. So that's one kind of thing. Another thing sounds more like what I think you were describing, which is that if we had a large number of bioelectric measurements across different organs, different ages, different types of animals, then you could ask the system to try to infer patterns in that data and try to help us guess the bioelectric code. That would be super cool, and I think we should do that. The problem is that typically machine learning requires large numbers of data. These experiments are very difficult to do. They're very time-consuming. We do not have anything like the volume of data that's required for typical approaches in this field. So I think until the technology catches up, that kind of thing is going to be pretty hard. But nevertheless, what we have also done is apply machine learning to models of the code that we do have. For example, the brain. This is how we discovered the intervention that fixes the brain, and ask the machine learning to pick interventions given an existing model. So we still lots of technology to be developed, but I think already we can see how it's going to be used.
Okay, now we will take a question from the online chat. It says, how does the evolutionary process work for the cells to know the correct bioelectric patterning to produce the ultimate anatomy?
Yeah, great question. I mean, where does the pattern come from in the first place? So we've tracked this down.
I figured I picked up where I left off.
Okay. Well, for everybody that's new here, they won't understand what he's doing.
Right.
Thank you. So I am humbled and beyond excited to introduce our highly anticipated keynote speaker for this symposium, Dr. Michael Levin. Dr. Levin received a PhD at Harvard University and did his postdoc training at Harvard Medical School. He holds the Vannevar Bush Chair and directs the Allen Discovery Center at Tufts, working to crack the morphogenetic code for applications in regenerative medicine and basal cognition. Recent work of his includes the creation of bioinformatics and machine learning tools for discovery of models and interventions in cancer, birth defects, and organ regeneration. Now, without further ado, please welcome Dr. Levin for his talk, Biophysical and Computational Approaches to Study Decision-Making and Basal Cognition in Cells, Tissues, and Synthetic Living Machines.
Bioelectric networks. It's exactly what I was talking about earlier.
Thank you for the kind introduction and the opportunity to share some ideas with you. One of the things that I would like to emphasize today is that there's a really interesting relationship between AI and biomedicine, because in order to have truly transformative regenerative medicine, we are going to have to understand the natural intelligence of the body. So there's this sort of interplay between natural and artificial intelligence. And if anyone is interested in following up, you can find all of the primary papers, and you can find me at these two websites. So one of the things that is commonly known is that living systems are multi-scale. In other words, we have groups of animals function in collectives and swarms and societies. They are made of individual organisms, which are made of organs and tissues and individual subcellular components and genetic.
Funny how they use the Fibonacci sequence
but what's less commonly
to show the graph.
This is not only structural, but actually functional. That is, every level of a living system solves problems and exerts a kind of intelligence in some particular problem space. And in fact, all intelligences are collective intelligences. We, of course, are bags of cells, really. And it's very important to understand how this kind of multi-scale competency architecture is can be managed in regenerative medicine, in synthetic bioengineering, and so on, because there really are computational layers all the way through. So the way I see it, and what we do in my center, is to bounce back and forth between machine learning and biology. First of all, to use machine learning to try to understand and control the biological endpoints, for example, for medicine, and conversely, to use what we learn from the biology to create novel kinds of AI architectures that are based on much more fundamental and not necessarily neural principles. So the main points that I'm going to try to give you today are these. That first, I'm going to spend some time talking about the biology, actually, to try to paint in a different light what it is that we need to understand. And these are very significant knowledge gaps about something that's important called anatomical homeostasis. And try to convince you that actually biology and biomedicine is at a much earlier stage than one would think, based simply on the progress in genetics and stem cell biology. I'm going to claim that fundamental advances in new medicine is only going to appear if we understand the decision-making by cells and tissues. not only mechanisms, but actually the algorithms of decision making. And I'm going to show you that a key medium for that kind of computation is non-neural bioelectricity. It's basically a new kind of epigenetics, but it's a very important software layer of physiology that sits between the genome and the body, and we need to understand this. And we are working to crack the bioelectric code, which will enable a huge class of electroceuticals for all kinds of new applications in birth defects, regenerative medicine, cancer, and synthetic bioengineering. So basically, the whole talk boiled down to 2 sentences is this. I'm going to show you that, like the brain, your body tissues form electrical networks. And these networks make decisions about dynamic anatomy. And new tools in AI and machine learning are helping us to target the system for some really amazing control that enables us to reap some very serious benefits that have advantages over competing technologies. So I show you this 5-legged frog at the beginning, just to say that I'm going to show you all kinds of weird creatures today. These are not photoshopped. These are real living organisms that are alive and well in our lab that serve as tests of the various theories that we develop. Okay, so let's talk about the fundamental knowledge gap. What is it really
they
that
grew
a
third arm on the
Consider
frog?
what the end game might be of all of our activity. So at some point, someday in the future, you should be able to sit down at a computer and draw, right, the anatomical layout of the animal or plant that you want. So to really specify the structure, the large-scale structure of what you want to have, and not at the genetic or biochemical level, but actually simply draw the thing you care about, which is in the shape of an organ or an appendage or whatever it is that we need for medicine, whether for transplantation or directly in the patient. You should just be able to draw it. And if we knew what we were doing, we would have a piece of software, which I call an anatomical compiler, which would take that description and convert it into a set of stimuli that would have to be given to cells to build exactly that shape. So here I've drawn a three-headed planarian, a three-headed flatworm, and here is the three-headed flatworm that would arise if this thing was able to tell me what to do to all of the cells, what stimuli to give all the cells to get them to build this. Now, why is this important? Well, if we had something like this, basically all of the problems of medicine, except for infectious disease, would disappear. So if we knew how to tell groups of cells what it is that they should be building, we would be able to resolve birth defects, traumatic injury, cancer, aging, degenerative disease. All of these fundamental problems hang on one basic thing, which is that we really need to be able to convince groups of cells to build whatever we want them to build, healthy new organs. Now, so let's ask this question: how do collectives of cells know what to build? So this is a group of embryonic blastomeres shortly after fertilization, and this is the cross section through a human torso. Now look at this incredibly complex order, right? Everything is in exactly the right position, orientation, the right shape, the right size, next to the right neighbors. It's an incredible amount of order, and so we ask, how does this group of cells build exactly this every single time? And so where is this information? Of course, immediately we're tempted to say DNA. It's in the genome, but of course we can read genomes now, and we know now that it is in fact not in the genome. There's nothing in the genome that talks directly about any of this. The genome refers to proteins, so it specifies the micro level hardware that every cell gets to have. It doesn't say anything directly about the shape, the size, the symmetry of the body. So we have this important question: if we wanted to repair a piece that was missing or damaged, we wanted the cells to rebuild it, what would we have to do to these cells to get them to do it again? And as engineers, we would like to know, how far can we push this? In other words, could we get the same cells to build something completely different? So let's think about what individual cells can do. This is a single cell. This is a creature called a lacrimaria. You will notice that it has no brain, it has no nervous system, it has no stem cells, no cell-to-cell communication. It is incredibly competent in its own local single cell level goals. So it handles all of its metabolic needs, all of its transcriptional needs, its morphogenetic needs, behavioral. So here you can see it hunting for things in its environment, of food. How can it do this without a brain? So that's the topic of a field, an emerging field called basal cognition. But what's interesting for us now is that these kinds of creatures, these single cells that have local goals that they're very good at pursuing, can actually work together to pursue much bigger goals. And I'm going to show you that momentarily, but here's the basic framework. We all start life as this single cell, this fertilized egg, and this is going to self-assemble into one of these remarkably complex morphologies. We know right away that stem cell biology is not sufficient. This is a teratoma. This is a tumor. It may have skin and hair and teeth and bone. And so the stem cell part has gone fine. The stem cells have made their various mature tissue derivatives. But what's missing, of course, is three-dimensional organization. So not only do you need to have the building blocks of the body, but they actually need to know where to go relative to each other. So in fundamental developmental biology, the paradigm looks something like this. It's very much based on emergence and a kind of feed-forward open loop system where you have gene regulatory networks. So genes turn each other on and off. Some of these genes make proteins that do things, they diffuse or they're sticky or they exert force. And then all of this happens in parallel. And then there's this magical process of emergence where lots of simple things happening repeatedly in parallel give rise to a complex outcome, such as this beautiful salamander. Of course, all of that does happen. So this is true, but it's very limiting because it has a fundamental difficulty, which is if you wanted to make changes here, let's say that I wanted this salamander to have threefold symmetry instead of bilateral symmetry, or I wanted more legs, or I wanted two tails or something. This makes it look like all of the changes have to happen down here. You have to make the changes at the genetic level that will then propagate. And of course, reversing this is a intractable inverse problem. We have no idea in general what changes to make down here to give us the desired changes at the system level, right? So reversing this kind of recursive, massively parallel system is almost impossible. Now, there are other difficulties, which are that we have really some basic areas of ignorance about genomes and anatomy. So I'm going to introduce you today to another creature called a planarian. And planaria, and so the thing about planaria is, as I'll mention in a minute, planaria regenerate. So if you cut off their heads and tails, planaria regenerate their heads and tails, and they have a set of stem cells called neoblasts that produce all of the new material. So here's a species of planaria with a flat head. Here's a species with a round head, and I can do a thought experiment. I can say, okay, I'm going to take half of these stem cells from this flat-headed species and introduce them into this round-headed species. So there they are, they're mixed around. Now I'm going to cut the head off, and I want to know what head shape is going to form. Right? The green ones know how to make a flat head. The red ones know how to make a round head. What shape is the chimera going to make? And the interesting thing is, I mean, so here are the options, right? One of the shapes might be dominant to the other. It might be an in-between shape, or maybe no, it will never stop regenerating because neither set of cells is ever happy about the current state of the shape of the head. So the interesting thing is that despite all the papers in Nature and Science about the molecular biology of stem cells in this model system, we have not a single model that will give a prediction on this. Okay, because while we understand pretty well the individual molecular events that guide individual cell decisions, we have very poor understanding of what guides large-scale anatomical level decisions. And so how this collective is going to decide what head shape it's going to make, we actually have no models that make predictions about that at all. So overall, where things stand are that we're very good at manipulating the hardware, so cells and individual pathways, proteins, genes, but we're really a long way from form and function, and so control of form and function. And so what I've argued before is that basically, if we kind of think about the journey that computer science took, that went from this is what programming looked like in the 40s and 50s, where you literally had to rewire the system physically in order to get it to do something different. And now, of course, why don't we do this, right? When you want to switch from Photoshop to Microsoft Word on your laptop, why do you not get out your soldering iron and start soldering away? Because we've realized that if the hardware is good enough, then you can control it by experiences, by stimuli, right? By reprogramming, not by editing the hardware. And yet all the biology and biomedicine is down here right now. All of the most exciting advances are all about CRISPR, genome editing, changing promoters and protein engineering. It's at the micro level hardware. So this whole journey is open to us in biology. We are just at the beginning of this. And I'm going to show you some of the ways in which the biological hardware is absolutely good enough. It's in fact amazing. One of the interesting things about morphogenesis is that it is reliable, but it's actually not hardwired. It's quite flexible. So here is this axolotl. It's a Mexican salamander. These guys, throughout their lifespan, regenerate their limbs, their eyes, their jaws, their spinal cords, portions of the brain and heart. So amazing. Everybody wants to be like an axolotl, of course. All of regenerative medicine is thinking about how to crank this ability up in humans. But the most amazing thing about it is that if you, for example, amputate a limb here, in fact, you can amputate it anywhere you like, it will grow very rapidly. It will make exactly what's missing, and then it stops. That's the most amazing part. How does it know when to stop? Well, it stops when a correct salamander arm has been produced. And if it's cut here, it will grow this much. If it's cut here, it will only grow this much. So it's context sensitive. It can deal with novelty, but it's reliable. It can get to the same goal from different starting positions. That, by the way, is William James's definition of intelligence, is a system that can get to the same goal through different means. The challenge is to ask how this collective of cells can tell what a proper salamander arm looks like. Here are the planaria I told you about. So here are these flatworms. They have all kinds of internal organs. They have a true brain, lots of the same neurotransmitters that you and I have. And if you cut them into pieces, and the record is something like 275 pieces, each piece becomes a tiny little worm. It grows exactly what's missing, no more, no less, and becomes a tiny little worm. In fact, they're so good at regenerating, they are immortal. So don't let anybody tell you that aging is some sort of consequence of entropy or thermodynamics, that it's, we have to get old and die. That's actually not true. These planaria don't have a lifespan limit. They live forever. And there's no such thing as an old planarian. They simply keep regenerating whatever cells senesce and die. Now, regeneration is not just for so-called lower animals. So the human liver can regenerate, and the deer, which are a large adult mammal, can regrow their antlers every year. They grow these antlers up to 1.5 centimeters of new bone per day that they grow. Okay, this is bone, vasculature, innervation, skin. And then human children below a certain age can also regenerate their fingertips. So we also have some of this regenerative ability. Of course, our bodies build all of these organs during embryonic development. The question is, how do we kickstart them? And how do we understand how the cells make decisions? Are they going to scar? Are they going to build an organ? Which organ are they going to build? And I want to kind of cement this idea of intelligence and goal-directedness in the following with a fall, because it's going to be very important momentarily with this example. This is something we discovered a few years ago. This is a tadpole of the frog. So here are the 2 eyes, nostrils, brain, and gut. These tadpoles, in order to become a frog, they have to rearrange their face. So the jaws have to move forward, the eyes have to move, everything kind of has to remodel. And it was thought that, well, every tadpole looks the same and every frog looks the same, so that all you would have to do is somehow encode a distance and a direction for every piece of the head to move. And then if everybody does that, then you'll get from a normal frog from a normal tadpole to a normal frog. Well, we decided to test that, and we made these so-called Picasso tadpoles. Here's an example. Everything's in the wrong place. The eyes on top of the head, the jaws are off to the side. Everything is just completely scrambled. And what we found is that these animals become largely perfectly normal frogs, because all of these pieces, even though they start off in the wrong place, relative to the wrong thing, they all will move in novel paths. Okay, not the paths that they normally do in embryonic development. They move through novel paths. Sometimes actually they go too far and they have to track back a little bit, but they keep doing it until they end up in this correct configuration through this interesting algorithm that we were able to to infer. Yeah. So the amazing thing here is that genetics doesn't specify a hardwired set of movements. What it specifies is a machine that can basically perform an error minimization task. You can think of it as some sort of means-ends analysis, where basically it just progressivly reduces the error compared to the correct pattern, which again brings us to this notion of what a correct pattern is. So in my group, what we focus on is on top of this feed-forward sort of emergent picture, we put these feedback loops that talk about what happens when the system is deviated from the correct state. So now this could be injury, it could be mutation, it could be teratogens, many different things. There are these feedback loops that kick in both at the level of physics and at the level of genetics to get you back as best as it can, get you back to where it's supposed to be. This is basically homeostasis. Now, on the one hand, this should not be a surprise to anybody in biology. We know there are feedback loops. Of course, we know homeostasis, but there's a couple of things that are different here. One is that whereas normal homeostasis usually is all about some sort of scalar, pH, hunger level, something like that. And so it's a single number. Here, what you have is you have the set point for this homeostatic process is actually a fairly complex descriptor. It's some sort of coarse-grained description of what a correct anatomical pattern is. So you have to think about how could biology store something like that. That's the first thing. And the second thing is that it suggests an important change of strategy. Instead of having to make changes down here, which are very difficult to know what they should be for changes out here, instead of solving this inverse problem, what we might do is do the same thing you do with your thermostat. When you change your thermostat to a different setting, you don't rewire the thermostat. You don't change the structure of the thermostat. In fact, you may not even know how the rest of it works. You don't need to know. The only thing you need to know is the fact that it is a homeostatic system, and you need to know how to read and write the set point information. So maybe what we can do biomedically is leave the system intact. It's very good at following different set point information. Let's leave that alone. Let's exploit that. And instead of trying to alter the machine by genome editing or changing pathways, let's try to rewrite the set point. So here's what we've been trying to do. We've been trying to identify the mechanisms by which these set points are stored and learn to read and write them. And I'm going to show you how that works. Now, in this case, the set point is quite large. And one thing I want to point out is that as during evolution, of course, you have these individual cells that are operating on very small, local, single cell set points. Then they start to work together, and there's this collective intelligence that can work towards very large goals. This massive goal that's bigger than any individual cell. In fact, this is truly a collective intelligence, because during this process, many of the cells actually have to die. The cells in between the fingers have to die, and so all the cells are kind of this massive collective that's working on this giant thing, not on their own individual goals. But that process can break down, and we'll talk about this momentarily. This is cancer. This is in fact glioblastoma cells crawling around, and what happens is that individual cells can defect from this process. They can disconnect from this network that binds them towards these large-scale goals, and they can start rolling back to their ancient amoeba-level goals, and they treat the rest of the body as just external environment. So the size of the goals that cells work on can grow and shrink during the lifetime of the animal. And there's some very interesting aspects to this. So let's think about this now. What I want to talk about is exactly how does this happen? How do cellular goals scale up, and what can we do about it? And for that, we have to understand bioelectricity. And so what I'm going to do is talk to you about some methods for addressing what I think is basically the software of life. And then let's talk about what can you do with this. I'm going to show you some examples. Now, we're going to spend the next half an hour talking about bioelectricity. And I want to be clear,
Yeah,
it's not because I
interesting. They
think
don't worry about the
electricity does
genome
everything
at
in the
all.
body. It's clearly one
You'd think
layer
that would be the
of all
first
kinds
thing,
of interesting
no.
signaling modalities.
Yeah,
Processes, chemical gradients, biophysical pressures and tensions, extracellular matrix, all kinds of things. But bioelectricity actually is interesting in a very specific way. It's not just another piece of physics that you need to know to track what cells are doing. It's actually giving us access to a privileged access to a computational layer, a layer where decisions are being made about what happens, not just physics, but actually computation. Now, we took as our, in looking at this, we took as our inspiration the one system that is uncontroversially known to be able to scale up from individual cells to large scale goals, and that's the brain.
Well.
So in the brain, you have a collection of individual cells of neurons, and they can keep memories and they can pursue goals and so on. So how does the brain do this trick? Well, there's hardware, which is basically each individual cell has little proteins in the cell surface called ion channels. They pass ions such as potassium and sodium and so on in and out of the cell, and as a result, they acquire a voltage gradient. So they acquire a voltage potential across the membrane, and they can communicate that gradient across these controllable electrical synapses known as gap junctions. That's the hardware. The software, and you can see it here. This is imaging, a beautiful imaging by this group of a zebrafish brain, a living zebrafish brain, thinking about whatever it is that zebrafish think about, and you can see all of the electrical activity. And it's a primary commitment of neuroscience that these electrical dynamics are holding the mental content of this little mind. That basically, if we were able to decode what the patterns were doing, we would know the animal's memories, the animal's preferences, and so on, right? So this is where all the software of cognition sits. Now, it turns out that the brain did not invent this kind of architecture from scratch. It was based on ancient principles that evolution discovered way back around the time of bacterial biofilms. And so every cell in your body does this. Every cell has ion channels. Most cells have gap junctions to their neighbors, and we can do a very parallel kind of effort to neural decoding in neuroscience, and we can do somatic decoding. We can say, I mean, here's a voltage sensitive fluorescent dye showing you the electrical activity of an early frog embryo. There are no neurons here. There's no brain yet, but already the cells are communicating electrically about who's going to be left, right, anterior, posterior, and so on. And you can imagine that if we understood how to decode, how to read and write this information, we would have some amazing control over growth.
I'd agree with that.
So the first thing I want to do is I want to show you the tools that we use to kind of measure first to measure and characterize these things. So this is the voltage sensitive fluorescent dye, which allows us to see all of these things in real time. And then we do a lot of computational modeling and simulation. So once we know what the channels and pumps are in each cell, we can ask, where do these patterns come from? I'm going to show you a couple of examples of these patterns. So this is one called the electric face. So here's a frog embryo trying to put its face together. It's in time lapse.
I like that.
And what you see is this is one frame from this video. Yeah. The depolarized regions are lighter here, and what you can see is that already before all the genes come on that are going to dictate where the eye is formed, where all the other organs, already this tissue has decided where everything goes. Here's where the animal's right eye is going to be. Here are the placodes. Here's the mouth. This is already, and I'm showing you this as opposed to other patterns because this is the easiest one to decode. I mean, it literally looks like a face. Right? We call this the electric face. It literally looks like that. We know that this pattern is absolutely functionally instructive, meaning it's required for normal development, because if you interfere with it, you create Picasso tadpoles. So you can move all this stuff around, move all the gene expression and all the anatomy by changing this electrical pattern. So this is a normal pre-pattern required, and of course there are human channelopathies that have craniofacial defects that are due to disruptions in this process. Now there are also pathological patterns such as this, where we introduce a human oncogene into this embryo. Eventually it makes a tumor. Eventually the tumor starts to metastasize. But before that happens, you can already see the bioelectrics traces of these cells disconnecting from their neighbors. In order to become individual amoebas that are going to metastasize and proliferate, they have to disconnect electrically from their neighbors that were binding them into a collective that was able to store large scale goals, such as form a nice chunk of muscle or skin or something like that. Okay, so these are the patterns. Now we have to be able to, so we can read them. Now we have to be able to write them. So we basically just stole all the techniques from neuroscience. We do exactly the same thing. It's very interesting. The tools cannot tell the difference between neurons and non-neural cells. They work exactly the same, which tells you something interesting about our notions of what neurons are and how fundamental that distinction is. Exactly the same technologies work here. So I can take a piece of skin or liver or anything else, and I can control these electrical synapses by opening and closing them. So this is the topology of the network, who talks to whom, or I can directly set their voltage by opening and closing these channels. So I can use drugs, I can mutate the channels, I can use light in terms of optogenetics. What we don't do is any electrical field application. So there are no electrodes, there are no electromagnetic fields or waves, nothing like that. What we do is use molecular physiology to target the very components that are used by this network to hold electrical properties. And when you do this, some very interesting thing happens. I'm going to show you some examples. One example is at the single cell level is this. I told you that when electrical connection between cells and their neighbors are lost, this is the first step towards tumorigenesis. And so here, what we do is we inject a red, fluorescently red labeled oncogene into this animal. And of course, it makes a tumor, and there's the red, you can see that. But here it is again, blazingly strongly expressed, in fact, all over the place here, not just here, it's everywhere. And there's no tumor. And there's no tumor because we co-injected another channel. This happens to be a chloride channel that forces those cells to be hyperpolarized and to keep connected, electrically connected with their neighbors. So even though the oncogene is cranking, the cells are not going to go off and form tumors because they are electrically coupled to a network that overrides their individual cellular goals to proliferate, dedifferentiate, and metastasize, and keeps them harnessed towards a large scale.
So they're forcing cells together that don't want to be together.
Well, here's one example. I told you that in the electric face, we were able to get an idea of what the patterns are that kickstart the different types of organs. So what we did was we took an ion channel RNA and we injected it in a set of cells that are going to become gut. So here's a side view of a tadpole. Here's the eye, here's the mouth.
And you can force genes into humans.
What we did was we imposed on a region of those cells the same voltage that normally would be associated with making an eye in the face. And sure enough, what they do is they make an eye. Okay, so what we've done is we've convinced these sets of cells that they should become an eye. Now, the so-called master eye gene, the transcription factor PAX6, doesn't do this. It only works up here in the anterior neuroectoderm, but the bioelectrics works anywhere. You can convince any cell in the body to start making an eye. These eyes have all the right layers, retina, optic nerve, all of that stuff. And so notice a couple of interesting things. One is that
any cell in the body
provide is basically a subroutine call. We don't provide enough information to tell those cells how to make an eye. In fact, we have no idea how to make an eye. Eyes are very complex and lots of cell types. We provide a fairly simple bioelectrical state whose interpretation is build an eye here. And then the cells do the rest. It's basically a subroutine call. We've identified a module that builds eyes, and we've identified how to trigger it where we want. And then it takes care of itself. So that's very good for regenerative medicine. You don't have to micromanage all the outcomes. There are also two layers of instruction here. This is a section through a lens that's sitting out in the flank of a tail somewhere that we've induced. The blue cells are the ones that we actually modify to induce this new ion channel. It's a potassium channel. Okay, these cells start to make an eye, but the whole system realizes that there's not enough of them to make a proper lens. And so what they do is recruit a bunch of their neighbors. All these brown cells here, they never got the channel. They're completely wild type native cells. And so there's two levels of instruction. We instruct these cells, you need to make an eye. They instruct their neighbors saying, come help us. The eye is supposed to be of this size, which again, we did not have to micromanage. So that's very good. You can make we can make the same way by inducing electrical states. We can induce otocysts or inner ear balance organs. We can induce ectopic hearts, right? So extra hearts. We can induce extra forebrain. We can induce extra limbs, as I showed you here, and we can make fins. Now that's a little weird because tadpoles aren't supposed to have fins, and so we'll get to that momentarily. But you can see that by manipulating the large-scale bioelectrical patterns, you don't just change specific cells or cell differentiation into different cell types. This is a language at the level of organs, okay? And it goes beyond organs. It goes to whole body axes. So you can see here, this is a planarian. I take this worm, I chop off the head and the tail, and I leave this middle fragment. The middle fragment, 100% of the time, will regrow a head here, and it will regrow a tail there. How does it know where everything goes? Well, if you look, there's this interesting voltage gradient that says one head, one tail. Okay. Now, what we can do is we can manipulate the ion channels in these tissues to say, actually, I want two heads or I want no heads. Okay. So you can do that. We'll get into this shortly. So you can control now. Now, one thing here is that these heads are normal and they belong to this normal species. But you can go further than this, and you can ask a species to make heads that belong to a completely different species. So here's an animal with a triangular head. We chop off the head. We prevent the rest of the body from electrically communicating amongst the cells, so basically block the gap junctions for about 48 hours. Then we withdraw the blocker. The cells settle into a new electrical state, and sometimes they settle into their correct attractor, and you get your normal head shape. But sometimes they make round heads like this S. mediterranean. Sometimes they make flat heads like this P. felina. These animals are about 100 to 150 million years of genetic distance, except there's no genetic difference here. There's nothing. We didn't do anything to the genome of these animals. This is purely temporarily, physiologically blocked them from communicating with each other. And they found states in the attractor landscape of that electrical circuit that belong to other species, okay, without any genetic change. And in fact, not only their head shapes change, but the shapes of their brain changes, the shape of the distribution and number of stem cells changes. You can go even further than this, and you can explore regions of the morphospace that biology doesn't use at all, and you can make planaria that aren't even flat. So they can be spiky like this, they can be cylindrical like that, they can be kind of a combination form. These cells are perfectly happy to build other things if the electrical pattern of what it is that they're building is altered. Now we can use this for a biomedical application. So here we are working on leg regeneration. Frogs, unlike salamanders, do not regenerate their legs. So you amputate, 45 days later, there's nothing. You can introduce a cocktail. The cocktail triggers a build a leg here kind of signal. Immediately you see there's pro-regenerative MSX1 that starts to come on, and within 45 days later you've got some toes, you've got a toenail. The leg is touch sensitive and it's motile, so the animal can use it, and eventually it makes a very nice leg. The treatment here is only 24 hours. So what we do is we treat with the ion channel drugs for about 24 hours. Yeah. And we don't touch it again. From a 24-hour treatment in adult frogs, these are froglets, but we've shown this in complete adults. In adult frogs, after 24-hour treatment, you get leg regeneration for a year and a half. Okay, so it really is a very early trigger where you convince the cells that instead of scarring, they're going to regrow whatever naturally is supposed to go there, which is a leg. And you don't get tumors, you don't get eyes, you don't get tails, you get proper frog legs, and they grow for about a year and a half without us having to do anything. Now, for biomedicine, we have to remind ourselves that yes, this is not some sort of frog-specific or worm-specific technology. We've done these things with human mesenchymal stem cells, with cardiomyocytes, all the kinds of things you would expect to do in vitro. What we're doing now is we're trying for limb regeneration in mammals. So the idea would be, can we use a bioreactor, a wearable bioreactor produced by our collaborators in the Kaplan Lab? They make these bioreactors. Inside the bioreactor is a gel with ion channel drug payload. And again, only for the first day it's on. And then basically it protects the cells as they make decisions about what they're going to do. And I have to do a disclosure here because David and I have started a company called Morphoceuticals Inc., which is dedicated to using these kind of approaches for regeneration of all kinds of organs, appendages and organs. Now, I should say that it is known at the single cell level how voltage changes talk to the genome. So the transduction machinery by which voltage changes in individual cells control gene expression, that's known. We know about at least half a dozen mechanisms by which this happens, some very common ones like calcium channels, some exotic ones like voltage-sensitive phosphatases. So we know this. We know how the transduction works at a single cell level. And in fact, we know what's downstream. So we've studied using next-gen sequencing and microarray. We've shown that all your favorite BMP pathway, sonic hedgehog pathway, FGF, all of the WNT, all of these kinds of things are downstream of the bioelectric decisions that the circuit makes. And you have to implement them by rearranging morphogens and so on. But all of this is, even though we know these molecular details at the single cell level, all of this has been highly unsatisfying because that isn't what we're trying to understand. We're not trying to understand individual cell decisions. We are trying to understand large scale, where large scale shape comes from and how to control it. And so what we really need to do is this, and so this is what we're working on, a kind of full stack approach, a multi-scale approach where we start with transcriptional circuits that result in specific channels being expressed. Then we model computationally all the bioelectric dynamics in the tissue that result from these channels operating. Then we can ask, how does this relate to large scale axial, sort of whole body patterning? And then from this, we can derive algorithmic kinds of descriptions of what's going on that are really suitable for manipulations. Once you have this kind of white box model where you can see what it's measuring, what decisions it's making, what are the control points, you can start to intervene. Intervening down here is really, really hard. And so this is a simulator called BETSI that our collaborator Alexis Pitak wrote that lets us take individual cells in a virtual tissue and model. Every cell has these networks, both chemical and bioelectrical, and then we can ask tissue level questions like, hey, when we cut it into pieces, how come every piece rescales the electrical gradient? How does that work? And so here's there's a model that could explain that. And so here's where the AI comes in. There's a couple things that we've done, and if people are interested, here's all the software. You can download it and subscribe to various papers, and you can play with it. Two things that are really important on the machine learning side. One is to help us infer models. So knowing the pieces that are in there, the various channels and transcription factors and everything else, what is a minimal model that explains the functionality that we see, that explains how it grows, how it regenerates, what shape it makes. So trying to discover models. And in fact, we've done this. So here in a few years ago, we showed how you can use evolutionary computation. So basically just simulate evolution over the space of possible models to try to match functional data of regeneration. So basically we had a system, we coded into it every known functional piece of data in the planarian literature, so hundreds and hundreds of papers, not large data in the sense of like genomic sequencing, but actually functional data, like we cut it in a particular way, we treated it with particular drugs, and then look, it made a head and two tails or something. And so that kind of information goes into the database, and then there's an evolutionary computation across a simulator that tries to identify models whose behavior in the experiments matches what the database has in it from the publications. Okay, so it tries to infer action, and so this is an amazing I'm still kind of amazed about the fact that this actually came up with a human understandable model of what's going on in planaria. Human scientists have been trying to do this for probably 120 years, and the system actually guessed a very nice model of how heads differ from tails, and that's the most creative part of the scientist's job, right? Is trying to come up with these models, and then here we have AI doing that. So I thought that was pretty cool. But we're going to have to have this because the amount of information, functional information, is flooding us at a rate at which no human scientist can keep all of these things in their head. So not only do we do this for inferring models, the next step is to infer interventions. So now that you have a decent model, you can ask this question: if I want the system to do something different, how would I intervene? Where, which of these nodes and in what way do I need to intervene? And you can look for very rare kinds of interventions where most of them don't do what you want. And in this case, we were able to find some nice trigger points that let us control melanoma, basically the conversion of normal melanocytes into melanoma. So the AI is important both on the model inference and on the intervention inference. And to come back to the bioelectrics a little bit, because I want to get back to the medical aspects. One thing that you hear a lot is, I think it's important to understand the biology in a new way in order to enable all these things. And one thing I'd like to talk about is this metaphor of the code. So you will often hear that the DNA is the software of the body, and that actually the cells are the hardware that interpret the software. And I think that's okay for certain kinds of things, but I think it's profoundly incomplete and limiting. And I'll give you a different metaphor to consider. What I actually think is more valuable is the idea that what the genome actually does is it nails down the hardware of every cell. The genome is just a description of what proteins, including ion channels, are going to be present in the cell. But now, once you make a tissue out of these cells, even though they all have the same ion channels, you basically have made an excitable medium in which symmetry breaking and amplification can take place. And this is now a simulation, a model of that scenario where all the cells are proteomically identical. They all have the same channel. And yet look at all this rich structure at the bioelectrical level. If you've seen Turing patterns, that's kind of the chemical version of that. Same thing happening in the brain. You can have all kinds of activity without having to wait for new gene expression to come on. And so basically you can build circuits that have this interesting property, like a flip-flop, where they can store different electrical patterns in the same set of cells without changing out the cells or without changing the proteins in the cells, much like this flip-flop that can store a 0 or a 1 via the pattern of energy flow through the system. And just by taking stock of what the parts are, you can't tell.
Charles Darwin is right in chat, says like this is starting to sound like the Matrix. Tell me about it.
Analyze it. All the information is gone.
Oh yeah, they're past the
You have to study the living system, and you have to do the physiomic profiling. It's all in the real-time electrical activity. It's not in the proteins. So if this is true, it makes an interesting prediction that we should be able to edit the software while keeping the hardware constant. And I've kind of shown you all that already in the examples of the eye and the heads and all that, but I want to drill down to one specific example. So here's a planarian, head and tail, has normal gene expression. So the anterior genes are in the head, not in the tail. And when I cut it like this, it makes a perfectly normal one-headed worm, as it's supposed to, and it's very reliable. Now here we have the same thing, one-headed animal, the anterior genes are in the front, so that's good. I cut that and I get a two-headed flatworm. Why is that? Because I just told you that it was reliable. How come the two-headed flatworm? And it's because what we've done in the meantime is edit the electrical pattern of this body to say not one head, like here, but actually two. And when we do this, sure enough, it makes a two-headed worm. Now here's the most important part of this slide. This electrical pattern is not a readout of this animal. This electrical pattern is the readout of this animal. In other words, the electrical pattern isn't what the anatomy is doing now. The electrical pattern is a stored memory, in this case, a latent memory, because it doesn't do anything until you injure the worm. It's a latent memory of what a correct planarian is supposed to look like, which gets consulted after injury. It doesn't do anything until then. And the bioelectric pattern does not have to match the current anatomy. Currently, it's a one-headed animal, and it can have a normal body can store at least two different ideas of what a correct planarian looks like. So I promised you at the beginning that we were going to find the set point for anatomical homeostasis. We're going to be able to read and write the memory of what the anatomy is supposed to be. This is it. And there are many more. I'm just showing you a nice simple example. We can now literally see how this tissue is encoding how many heads it's going to form if it gets injured. And that information can live in the same kind of body here. Now, one interesting question you could ask is, what happens if you take one of these two-headed animals and recut it in plain water? No more manipulations. Leave the ion channels alone. You're just going to recut it. So now the standard paradigm would tell you that, well, you remove the primary head, you remove this ectopic secondary head. All you've got left is a nice normal gut fragment. We didn't do any genomic editing or mutation, so surely all you're going to get is a normal worm now, right? In the absence of this crazy reprogrammed tissue, you're just going to have a normal worm. And that's, of course, what you would think, except that if you analyze the electric circuit, you see that it actually has two stable points. It has one stable point at the single head state, but has another stable point at the double head state. And so when you do this, when you actually cut them, they don't go back to normal. They continue to regenerate as two-headed animals. So this system, again, remember, nothing has been changed about the genetic sequence here, and we can change it back to normal. We can take the two heads and convert them back to normal by blocking a particular ion pump for a couple of days. So this has all the properties of memory. It's long-term stable. It's
we can give you a head, take it away,
recall, and it has two possible outcomes. So think about what this means for biology. The question of how many heads this thing is going to have is not something that's nailed down by the DNA. It's not in the genome. What the genome gives you is a machine that reliably defaults to a pattern memory of one head. But you can rewrite that, and not only does the system keep it once you rewrite it, apparently forever, but it will obey the new pattern until you set it back to normal. So that's very important. That means you have hardware that has a default behavior, but you also have the software layer that you can interact with if you know how to read and write that information, that does not require you to do any genome editing. And so what we're trying to do right now is to really understand, really understand how the state space of these electrical circuits correspond to the different shapes, and especially to merge it with paradigms out of connectionist to machine learning, where it's very understandable how electrical networks store patterns,
I want bone blades,
in particular how they do
Wolverine.
pattern completion. When part of that information is gone, Hopfield nets and other things will restore it. And so there's a very nice kind of a merging of dynamical systems and energy minimization and learning and information. And so I think biology has tons to learn from the kinds of things that machine learning has been working on. Okay, so in the last couple of minutes, I want to tell you about where I think this is all going. And first, I just want to show you something about the rational design of so-called electroceuticals. This here is the pattern of a frog brain, the electrical pre-pattern of a frog brain. And you can see the important thing to see here is that there's a particular pattern here that tells the brain exactly how wide it should be. So it sets the size and shape of the brain out of this whole entire tissue. And it has a very particular bioelectrical pattern. And the thing is that this bioelectrical pattern is critical, because if that bioelectrical pattern goes wrong, and it can be affected by nicotine, by alcohol, by various teratogens, by mutations, all kinds of things. If that pattern goes wrong, what you get is birth defects of the brain. So here are the eyes, here's the forebrain, here's the midbrain and the hindbrain. You can have a hindbrain that kind of looks okay, although not great. And then the midbrain is just completely screwed up. The forebrain is just gone. The eyes end up connecting directly to the midbrain. It is just terrible. So we asked a simple question: if we know what the correct pattern is, and we know that the pattern has become incorrect and thus led to this defective craniofacial structure, what would we have to do to change that? So we made a model, and this is again work with our collaborator Alexis Pytak. She and Vaibhav Pai in my group made this model of the electrical circuit of the early brain and what goes wrong with it. And then they asked a simple question. They interrogated the model to say, okay, if that's what's wrong, what channel would we need to open or close to get back to the correct state? And notice that what you can't do, so here's this bell curve pattern is what you want. You can't just raise everybody up to be at this level, because that gives you brain defects, and you can't drop everybody down to this level because that also gives you brain defects. You have to try to recover this particular pattern. That's very complicated, but the model was amazing in that it told us that there's one particular channel called HCN2 that would actually do this. It would leave these cells down low, it would raise these cells up high, and it would predict that it would recover this. Amazingly enough, and I'm always shocked when these models actually give you something that works to fix these very complex defects. It actually works. Whether you introduce new HCN2 channels or you use drugs to open existing HCN2 channels, here's a normal brain, here's a defective brain. In this case, it's even worse than a teratogen. These animals have been a mutant form of a Notch protein has been introduced. Notch is a very important neurogenesis gene, and without that, the forebrain is gone. The midbrain and hindbrain are a bubble. These animals have no behavior. They just lay there doing nothing. It's a really strong defect. Despite the Notch mutation, look, the structure of the brain is back, and in fact, their IQs come back. So their learning rates, you can test their learning rates and so on in behavioral assays. The learning rates are indistinguishable from normal. So you can rescue even not only from teratogens, but actually from really nasty genetic defects if you manage the bioelectrical pattern correctly. And the way, so this is important, this was not a screen. We didn't try 100 different or 1,000 different drugs. The model told us very specifically which channel we would have to open to get the right bioelectrical pattern. So we've moved, when I started this work in 99 or so, 1999, we were at the point of doing screens, just asking what are bioelectrical states for? What do they do? And now we're to the point where in certain cases, we can make a model that specifically suggests therapeutics. It tells you which channel drug to use to fix a very complex defect. And so the vision I see going forward for biomedicine looks something like this. There's a simulator that takes as input expression data which already exists from RNA-seq studies of what channels are present in what cells. Those are your control knobs. Those are the things you get to tweak. And of course, what bioelectric pattern is desired for your tissue. Now, this is largely missing. This needs to be acquired. These physiological data sets need to be acquired in most cases. But once you have those two pieces of information, you can ask the model, what channel and pump would I need to open and close to get the right pattern? And then you can simply look for existing channels. Something like 20% of all human used drugs are ion channel drugs. And then you can simply look for either develop new ones or look for them. And so this is, again, we've already, you can go play with this a little bit. We've already started on a basic framework here where it's called the electroceutical design environment, where you would sit down, you would pick the cells and tissues that you want. You would say, my pattern is wrong. What do I do? And this thing would actually then tell you which drugs you actually need to use. Okay, so that's kind of the vision, and all of this part is the machine learning part, because interrogating those models is not easy. You can't do it just in your head. You have to do the simulation, and you have to be able to work the simulation backwards through a search of some sort to know what the intervention should be. So just to close here, here are my conclusions. That there's a very important physiological layer of software that sits between the genotype and the anatomy, and it's a really tractable target for new biomedicine. Evolution discovered very early on that electrical signaling is a great way to process information, to integrate decisions across distance. So the fact that we have organs and tissues that scale correctly and that connect up to each other is a consequence of that fact. We now have the ability to read and write some of these pattern memories, and to reprogram large-scale shape, heads, eyes, appendages, not by micromanaging, not by controlling stem cell properties, but by telling the collective what it is that it's supposed to be building, right? Taking advantage of the fact that it is a homeostatic system. And that new machine learning tools are coming online as a kind of robot scientist platform to help human scientists infer bioelectric and biochemical circuits from functional data, and then to infer interventions, right? So how do we manipulate those circuits to give us the outcome that we want? And I think two things will come from all this: not only fantastic regenerative medicine approaches that will do way more than I think is actually doable with classical, let's say CRISPR and things like that, but will also actually feed backwards and help us design new AI platforms that are not based on brain architecture, but on much more ancient principles of computation and scaling of cognition in early cells. So that's it. I want to thank the students and the postdocs who did all this work. Thank our funders, thank the model systems who actually do all the heavy lifting for all of this research. And again, a disclosure: there's a company called Morphoceuticals Inc. that David and I are part of. And I thank you for your time, and I'll take questions.
All right, you're almost at the point where we started. So yeah, is the xenomorph so far off?
Thank you, Dr. Levin, for that talk. I know a lot of our attendees signed.
Go ahead.
I said, do you think a xenomorph is that far off? Taking a person and augmenting them into a xenomorph?
Well, that's interesting. I guess that could be another branch that I haven't explored, but that was absolutely fascinating how he explained all of that. So in other words, they already have the technology to like just regrow somebody's limb,
Yeah, or give you an extra one.
So that's like
wherever they want.
But they're obviously not using it, right? They're not going to actually help you, grow back another leg or another arm or another finger.
Well, this guy has a company, and he's apparently doing that kind of stuff.
Huh.
Yeah. So, if they can grow you an extra leg or regenerate your leg or augment organs or reset your pattern to where if you were born with birth defects, those birth defects go away. How far can they take that? Can they?
That almost sounds like freaking too good to be true. Know what I'm saying? Kind of.
Well, I imagine it's expensive.
Well, I mean, if that was the case, I mean, a lot of people wouldn't be dead right now. Think about, people have all of this money. What about one of the latest actors that just passed away lately was Val Kilmer.
Yeah. Do you think they want people to know about this? Or did they pass away? I don't know.
Oh, well, who knows? Maybe they uploaded their consciousness to the super server.
Maybe they xenomorphed themselves and they look completely different now.
Oh yeah, they're like completely young.
Yeah.
Now you're
making me think of the beginning about aging, right? He was talking about aging, not necessary.
You're making me think of the movie now, Jupiter Ascending, where they grow people on planets and harvest them to get this particular vial of all kind, like this eternal, the fountain of youth kind of stuff. And it takes 100 people to make one vial. Like it's about a liter.
Let me blow your mind then. Jeffrey Epstein has a a town full of little children that are half his genetics. And this is just rumor, but apparently the idea is that they will grow tumor-like structures on their bodies that will produce life-enhancing molecules that they can harvest.
Wow. Okay. That's like, wow.
That's far out there, but it's if you have the knowledge of what that molecule is, you can pretty much at this point get any organism or find the right organism to produce any molecule you want. They're doing it with bacteria for all kinds of things right now publicly. Even like aspartame, that's bacteria poop, but they could create almost anything. Just find the right code for it.
That I believe, man. I've seen things on the internet, like all kinds of fruits, how they grow them and shit like that, and whatnot. And a lot of it is like, wow, that's like, wow. It goes through all of that before it becomes what it is. Whew, that's a big process. It's like, some of the Chinese video. Oh, all right. We got a new member that I did not see. Golden Renaissance Production is now a member of the show. That is awesome. Shout out to Golden Renaissance Production. Let's.
It's starting to rain money!
Yeah, shout out to Golden Renaissance Productions. Doop-a-da-doo. All right, 43 people watching right now. Hit the like button. And what the hell, man? I just dropped the link in chat. Anybody wants to join the show? How far would you go to stay with the ones you love?
Would
you upload your consciousness? Would you,
would you augment them to just keep them living?
Yeah. Would you would you have like biological augmentations, cybernetics, freaking, practically becoming a cyborg?
What happens to your memories and stuff? Say they use this technology I just showed you, the electroceuticals, to try to bring you to a younger state. What happens to your memories, your personality? Does that change? I don't know. Maybe you become a completely different person.
Well, maybe they upload your consciousness. They heal you of all your things, bring you back young again, and then re-upload your consciousness back the way it was. So you don't forget anything.
There's a neat idea. If you could reload the consciousness, right?
Into the brain, right?
Yeah, into the brain. Would that be the same person again?
Who knows?
Well, they'd act like it, wouldn't they? Right? So...
Hola, Bex. Bienvenido a UTW Live. Muchas gracias.
Yeah, I got to check out this guy's company and see what he's. I don't know. Imagine he'll have like a pricing list or anything, but.
Yeah, does he have a lab? Is there a website? Can we subscribe? Like, how much is it a month to get a reprogram my brain?
Yeah.
Do you have a plan? Is there a pro plan? I want to be an actor. It's like, oh my god, oh boy. It's only $300 a month, sir, for the lowest tier. If you want the super duper pooper trooper chair, yeah, we have that one for $1,500 a month. And if you make more than, let's say $250,000 a year, well, yeah, it'll be $30,000 a month for you.
Where is that? There it is. Here, let me show you this. This is FLFE Innovations.
Oh my goodness. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire.
Okay.
Yeah, it's essentially self-sacrifice when you look at it in that sense, Jessica. Yeah.
This company will make you a magic amulet.
Oh, I want one. I'm adding this to the stage. Hold on a sec. Go ahead. It's up on screen.
All right. All right. So you can join the evolution, FLFE. Right? What is it? You can start a free trial right now. Right now.
I dare you to start one, Max.
I'm not doing it, man. No way. I'll tell you why later. So anyways, this is a whole bunch of blah, blah about how great it is. 24/7, helping you feel clearer, more energized, more resilient, no matter what's happening in the world around you. Okay. They create a high consciousness field around your home, your phone, or even objects, infusing your environment with an uplifting, supportive energy. So what you can do, I'll show you what they're supposed to give you. So come home to your personal sanctuary, a place where stress melts away, energy is restored, and your sense of well-being is elevated. This is what FLFE property offers, a high consciousness environment designed to support your personal evolution. A high consciousness field similar to the sacred sites like Machu Picchu, Stonehenge, and the Great Pyramids of Giza. EMF mitigation, geostress mitigation, property history clearing, whatever the hell that means, reduction of fatigue.
Whatever that means. Okay.
Improved communication, enhanced creativity and focus. Isn't that cool?
Oh, yeah. Man.
Decrease,
sign me up. How much is this?
Hold on. We'll get there. Decreased brain fog. They have a whole bunch of stuff they're going to help you with.
Oh, I got a lot of that.
Greater feeling of internal personal freedom.
Oh, Jack would need some of that.
Yeah. Improved sleep. Everybody can use that.
Oh, yeah. Everybody needs that.
Immune system support.
Huh.
Interesting. I have a document called Corona, a routing system for nano networks, brought out in 2019. Enhanced stress management. That's a good one. Don't want to be stressed.
Right.
Improved digestive function.
Wow.
So you'll make you poop better.
Yeah.
How do they do that? That's amazing.
Improved digestive function? I mean, what are you going to be eat and digest metal or something? What the hell is that supposed to be?
Well, see, part of the problem is this is like problem reaction solution. They created the problem by hooking all our bodies up to the W band, and they use your gut biome as a medium for data transmission and stuff, and that causes a lot of intestinal problems.
Huh.
Yeah. So they can mitigate that by probably blocking some of the data going through you, something like that.
Okay. The next one is like completely mind-blowing.
Yeah. Daily consciousness boosts. What the fuck is that?
What?
The next one's even better. Personal consciousness slider.
Like, what the hell?
So you can make yourself less conscious or more conscious? What the fuck? Like you've got this little bar on your phone that you can slide up and down, and what the hell?
Exactly. That's in the new episode of Black Mirror, bro. You gotta go watch it, man. You're gonna freak out. You're gonna freak out. It's literally everything you're mentioning right now is in that show, in that episode. It's called Common People. Go check it out.
So yeah, this is what they're offering you. I think it's, let's see, I did get a pricing for it before, but you can get a free startup right now. So Yeah, so you can attach it to a personal object, which means you could pick like an amulet, a cup, whatever. It doesn't matter. And by the power of the systems that they've set up around us, all the locationing, all the radar, Bluetooth, all of it, they can follow that one object around on the planet wherever it goes. Just like they're following you every day.
Right. And guess what? Then they'll implement like, oh, well, you can go over, you can travel all the way up to, let's say, that county, but you won't be able to go any further.
You'll feel like
if you want to feel good, if you want to go to Mexico and feel good, you have to pay for the pro plan. Yeah, the pro plan is designed for out of country or out of state travels. Yes, so you're gonna have to pay an extra $900 a month, sir.
Yeah, that's the way it'll be. And you know what? You sign up for this, you take their free trial, I bet you're gonna feel fucking amazing until the free trial's over. And then it'd probably be like a crash.
Dude, I have such a hard time believing what you're saying right now. But at the same time, I'm the curious type, right? I try it just to see if
it's not that much. I think it's only like.
Hey, play the video. Play the video. Play the video.
Play the video. Okay.
Play the video. Let's hear
right.
their commercial.
We are the co-founders of Focus Life Force Energy, or FLFE. I'm Jeffrey Stegman.
And I'm Clayton Stedman.
Welcome to the FLFE community. Glad to have you with us. You're here either on free trial or as a new FLFE subscriber.
J17. Good to see you.
Clayton and I are consciousness explorers, and we have been working on the FLFE technology since, Clayton, was it 2011 or so?
Yeah, I think the first time we visited the inventor was 2009, and then we started working on it around 2011. Yeah.
In 2012, we started worldwide service projects. That was our original intention with the technology. Once we realized that we could raise consciousness,
right, Jessica?
Or activate a consciousness field anywhere
just like
in the world.
heroin. Yeah. I think that's what coming off
2012 raising consciousness. That was quite a process.
You put that personal consciousness slider all the way up all the time, man. You're going to feel
very
like
early FLFE
jacked.
technology where we were writing
you're gonna feel like cards. Jack, man. You're gonna feel love.
And
you're gonna love everything. You're gonna love God.
It offers better interpersonal connection
cards,
and relationships as well.
The high conscious field in the
so it makes you relate
the machine
to
and having it associate with that area of the planet. That was typically it was the critical factor.
Probably just makes you into the docile
area. That's
sheep,
the area where if you put the least amount of effort in, you'd get the most amount of gain.
Yeah, so we went all through 2012 using the FLFE technology to raise consciousness.
Machine Lies, is that you?
Yep.
All right. Welcome to the show, man.
Good to see you.
Yep.
Night. You have any thoughts on the video or on the topic at hand?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Well, I think you got the floor.
Well, I think I'll just say a short thing to start out, in terms of, because you guys are engaging with this video. I think that it's a false premise because, they've tried to look for memories in the brain. Obviously they've tried to even look for consciousness in the brain. And it's like that guy said in the previous video, he said that the genetic faculty is basically mechanistic, right? So he's willing to reduce these things to machines anyways, right? So then when he has the other idea about biological components and these electrical components working together, like with the yin yang, right? He's already, seeded the point there you know, that it is a mechanical electronic system, you know, and then furthermore, if they can't find them in the brain, where are they located? They're located in the body. You know, this is why you transport organs to other people and they get their memories and stuff, right?
Right, because essentially the whole human body is the memory stick.
Right.
Yeah,
so you can't get rid of the memory stick and then have to.
Well, I think he was expressing that it's a multi-layered system. The body is one of the components. They kind of mirror each other, I think.
Yeah, maybe, but that might be dualistic. You know, like I just think nature is conscious. You know, so
yeah, like conscious energy fields and such.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that's kind of what he was expressing, really. Like in my mind, that kind of showed that more that our consciousness and our form are more held in our electrical field, or at least at some level that sustains it in the form that it is. So really, it's more of an electrical. Like our consciousness and our form are really more electrical than they are actually physical.
Yeah, that's why the heart is more important than the mind. When you get to the consciousness, right?
It's
them
funny you say that because for some reason I have a funny feeling that they deceived us in believing that the brain was is what was actually controlling everything. Like in some senses, I always thought that the gut was the where the actual brain really is.
Well, that's the thing. There's 3 brains, right? There's gut, heart, and you know, the top one.
Yeah.
And then,
in my study in remote viewing, they did they looked into people who had lost sections of their brain, and they found that in a lot of cases there was no personality change. Like I know a guy who blew a quarter of his head off.
You're talking about Jay Phillips, right?
Yeah, I think so. And he didn't change. Really didn't change him.
Yeah, same guy, same everything, man. He's he walks, he talks, he does everything like before, man.
Yeah, in the study I watched, there was just a fluid-filled area of this guy's brain. It had no neurons, no brain cells, anything. It was just filled with fluid, and it didn't change him. You know. So where is your consciousness? Right.
Right, especially when you got like 1/3 of your brain that's not even there anymore, practically, right?
Yeah, where do the memories come from?
How do you function? How does that work? Well, maybe because the brain might not be the how can I say, like the main
the core of
manager,
or that's not the thing. It's not where the main operating system is.
Yeah, and then if you look at studies they do, and they have studies on plants and even bacteria where they exhibit traits of consciousness, and they don't have brains, right? So you know.
Oh, Santos promotes FLFE. Wow. Hi, Jeeps. Good to see you.
All right, so just like play the rest of this clip real quick, and then we'll jump onto the topic if anybody else also wants to join the show and jump in.
Yeah, so this is life enhancing. So, would you do this for your loved ones?
Yeah, we were together almost every day towards the end of the year.
Yeah, there was a big.
Could you speed it up to like
incentive for many
1.25? Just
to
make it a little bit faster.
Do what they could before December 21st, 2012, because of the Mayan calendar influence. So we were
doing
our part, and turned out okay between all of us contributing. And,
that's good.
Probably a more accurate interpretation of the prophecy would not have included the possibilities that many of us were deeply concerned about.
The prophecy.
Yeah, and we got to the end and we just celebrated like, wow, that was a cool project.
That's what he said.
We got to zoom around the Earth.
I know.
On Google Earth and find the low consciousness spots using kinesiology or muscle testing, and to support those to rise. And we said, well, that was cool. What are we going to do now? And the idea came through to create the FLFE business where anyone could do the same thing we did, basically put their property on the service, raise consciousness. And from the very beginning, we had a PIF or pay it forward where each person who becomes a subscriber could put anywhere on the planet on the service. And that was, kind of a continuation of our service work that we did during that year.
This has to be
we
bullshit.
still do a lot of service projects.
No.
We
I don't think so.
have given historically about 95% of the energy from the technology away. It varies from time to time, depending on if we start a new project or do an upgrade.
So they're jacking people randomly.
We're still very active in giving back to the world, and
that's what they're doing.
There are lots of service projects that we have on our website that you can explore.
If they're just setting up random sites, people are just like saying, "Oh, I want this place geolocated
rising
for an FLFE." They're jacking
is
people.
Increasing freedom. That's how we tend to look at it. It might be freedom from your own patterns of belief or habits that might cause you suffering at times. And it seems to have more joy, more ability to just enjoy life.
Dude, that makes a lot of sense.
Just
Think about it.
How I feel about
pause
it.
that for
Yesterday,
a
we
second.
went out on the porch and all the birds were chirping and the chipmunks were.
Do you realize how nefarious this could be? That at the face of it all seems all nice and I don't know. It's like too good to be true type of story thing, right? But let's say you stop paying your subscription. What if they decide to just like fucking put you on the negative frequency, totally on the opposite of the of the spectrum, because you're not, so you'll freaking come back begging to get the subscription back, and this is how nefarious this is diabolic, man.
Yeah, could be, right? Easy.
Well, in the wrong hands. Think about it.
Yeah. I can show you documents on how to hack human beings. You can do it yourself.
Yeah, that might be interesting. I could learn how to hack people. That'd be nice. Yeah. How about you, TML? Do you like to hack people?
No, I'm good. I'm working on hacking myself, if you know what I mean.
You can hack yourself too.
Yeah, maybe then I would apply that to myself. That might be useful.
Well, this system here is kind of a hack system.
But then think about it, TML. You'd hack yourself to the point where eventually you'd say, "Well, I'm perfect now. Let's go hack other people."
That's right.
You'd end up right where I am right now. It's like, I already want to go hack other people.
Yeah, I'd create like a Brad Pitt type of personality, for myself, and then go start the technological revolution.
Yeah. I'm a megalomaniac, so I think that I should probably control everybody.
Wow.
And with these broadcast systems, I could probably do it.
Obey.
All right, let's play more.
Maybe you need to spend some freaking money.
Running around, and I was just happy to be alive. And that bubble, the
birds were chirping and the squirrels were playing.
People over the past couple of years. So as Consciousness Explorers, we invite you also to our podcast, Fields of Consciousness.
So we do mention several service projects on the website. It's only a small percentage of the ones that we're actually doing, as we like to keep many of them private.
Services.
And many ideas for the service projects
he operates in the private
customers. So we welcome your
I'm
input.
not going to tell you about
really
the various services here. We have to get you
making this
alone
service
where
work
we
possible.
Can,
we wouldn't have the resources to do it if we didn't have the FLFE community supporting us.
They can offer
with their
you
subscriptions and with their ideas,
a sexual environment,
and their staff.
Oh yeah,
we have an amazing group of people in Nelson, BC, Canada,
heightened sexual
around the world in different
environment,
places.
heightened anger environment,
and those
heightened happy
those people are
environment.
ready to talk to you as a free trial or as a customer. We have over 90 hours of
those are simple
customer service time where you can call in the office and actually speak to a real person.
Those are easy.
And we know this is rare for most subscription services, but along with the PIF or pay it forward service work, from the very beginning, customer service was really important to us. To go on an internet service and not be able to reach someone and not be able to have a conversation.
Apparently
really
during the
there
was the hurricane down in Florida there, the FLFE worked right through it.
Whether or not to do this, we made a list.
Because I think
what would we want.
A lot of it's satellites and cell towers.
Extraordinary customer service with real people.
You've also got the Bluetooth,
not just chats or emails. That
right, they actually can generate the shit coming from. Probably use your phone.
That wasn't something we wanted
to. Yeah, we could.
We do have live community.
Holy shit! What the hell is that?
We get a chance to
you don't need it.
Customers regularly.
Yeah,
and
if
you're not a subscriber, you can come on those if you join our online community, and that's all on the website where to connect with that. So. Yeah, it's nice to start a business without needing it to work right away. So that was the luxury we had at the time.
So let's talk a little bit about what is the FLFE service.
We started a business without having to need it work right away.
Yeah, and is he like what is this dude like?
I smell government.
Like, kind of Aleister Crowley look to him.
I'm getting government vibes off this.
And
guy.
he's also wearing like some kind of jumpsuit. With,
yeah,
like, a hoodie, like
his black cloak. It's a hoodie.
What the fuck is he wearing? Yeah, it's
it's like he's ready to go off and do a sacrifice or a ceremony or something.
Yeah, he has a rather frightening visage, and it's kind of a zip up, like kind of windbreaker hoodie thing that he's wearing. That has collars but still has a hood. Or is that just his shirt? I don't know. It's a very creepy look to this guy. If it's a button-up shirt, that might be even worse. But yeah, the guy on the right and the guy on the left, they look very strange. You know, like nobody, like if these people came into your house and like with a box of like something to sell you, like you'd probably be like, this is gonna be some creepy shit. I mean,
yeah, I don't want to be around them. No.
At its core, just like the service work we did during 2012, it's the activation of a high consciousness field or environment. And in case of the service, it's in a home, in a business, around a cell phone, or around an object. And that's really anywhere in the world.
Yes, and the way we measure the influence of this high consciousness field in many ways. One of the primary ways is the Hawkins scale of consciousness. If you look up Dr. David Hawkins, you'll come across his probably most popular book, Power versus Force. In there, he describes a scale of consciousness, or a map, and he describes the protocols in the back of the book on how to measure consciousness. So the FLFE service is in the universal love or unconditional love zone on the map of consciousness, and we'll talk a lot more about
zone.
The kind of standardized 3D world research a little later on.
So the FLFE service is activated through the web, through the website. You may have already done that, being on the free trial, or as a subscriber, and it happens instantaneously or nearly instantaneously. So there is not a machine sent to the location. There's not anything you have to do. Once you sign up, the FLFE service is quantumly
we'll find you
associated with your property or with your cell phone or object, and it's activated. The field activates. It creates a bubble or an environment around your phone or object, or that encompasses your entire property up to your boundaries. So once it gets activated, that's primary part of the FLFE service, is that high consciousness field. Yeah, as Clayton said, it's in the love zone. In the 550 is on the Hawkins map, is where the service starts. There's a slider you can take.
Talcott technology, guys.
Time we've made this webinar, and that's really in the unconditional love zone, which
really
feels,
zone?
people say feels good. It feels great to me. I haven't been
not
in
an
environment without the FLFE service probably since we started, Clayton.
I don't want to do that anymore, but still, I mean, maybe Jack is
something that you don't want to be without. At least that's my
maybe
experience.
He's a member of this.
Maybe we got it last weekend, which is the first time in I don't know how long, and
it's pretty chill guy, isn't it?
So it's a good experiment to turn it on and off, which you can do on the control panel. Once you've started your free trial, after we've tested your property, you can turn the service on and off.
Maybe he was paying like the highest tier, and now that's why he wasn't able to pay his rent.
The consciousness slider in the
because he's paying the high consciousness
experiment with
the top tier
fields
of
of consciousness.
It's not that much. I think it's $60 a month.
And those really are the principles of FLFE: the service work, the customer service,
I've been
and
thinking
the control
about it
in your hands in that control panel. So be sure to look
all
at
this
that early
radiation
email and find that
have brain
to access
fog
your control
and
panel, and check
low
it out.
energy,
Your own
right?
consciousness
if
researcher.
you sound it
it's
out,
an important
it
part of
spells
our
fluffy.
ethic that you are in control of the service there as on the free
Fluffy?
trial or as a FLFE customer. And
FLFE
research is an important part.
Yeah, there
the
was
FLFE
there's a
service.
company
we'll
called
get in more
Fluffy
into the
that
research
made
later. There's quite a lot
sound
of
generation
research
tones
that we
for
do and
people
continue to do.
to augment
We'll
your
talk about the programs a little bit, or the
emotions
information
state.
it's also in the field, kind of beyond the consciousness level thing.
Yeah, so we have a high consciousness energy field that is certainly potent in its own right, and it's when you sign up for the service, everything is set up for you. You don't need to turn things on.
You
and
don't
off
like
or run
it?
a
You like
screen
his Masonic
or choose,
robes?
Things manually. There's a whole complete setup. You just have to turn it on.
He's just like being the salesman.
Within this field, there is
Everything's set up
information
for you, bro.
And
Don't worry about it.
we refer to this as
Yeah,
request.
all you
today.
have to do is press that free trial button.
Now
You're in.
The high consciousness field works in tandem with your
Yeah, we're
innate
gonna
intelligence to
zap
support
you
your
that
evolution.
shit as soon as
And
possible.
These requests to divinity focus on
it'll take seconds.
topics such as creating better communication between the people
No
in the
time
field,
at all.
having the people in the field have a positive intent towards each other. So there's many different requests to divinity that are very specific and very
being
well sort of articulated
within
to support that environment, to have
you'll have better communication with other people. You'll
supporting the
poop
evolution
better.
of consciousness. And that includes EMF mitigation, as we've mentioned before. We discovered that
you can have your
the energetic
consciousness
essence of
slider
shungite
up all
is
the
an
way.
excellent, or probably the
I
best.
don't know. Do you only
material we
get? Do you get
found,
points
the best
with this
energetic
like
signature or essence that we found
consciousness slider
to harmonize?
Like who would
EMF?
choose?
They're going to have
We
booster
typically
packs
focus
where
on
you
the
know
term
you
consciousness
can be
lowering
smarter
EMFs,
for 30
with
minutes.
our specialty is measuring consciousness with kinesiology, as taught by Dr. David
Yeah.
Hawkins in the back of Power versus Force and his other books.
Absolutely.
So we also, we also include the opportunity to turn that on and off, as we said earlier, so that you can really have the experience for yourself of the difference in that environment with it activated and with it off.
Oh, okay. So you're allowed to test the drugs out. You know, hey, let me see what's like without
benefits
the
that come out that are added to the field. We call those programs kind of by topic. As Clayton mentioned, the EMF mitigation is one of those. Relationships is another, as we've said, and supportive brain function is another. So the FLFE energy is composed of this high consciousness field. There's additional life force energy there available to the body and available to the innate intelligence, as we've said, and our body knows what to do with this additional life force energy. And one of the programs is to direct life force energy to the parts of our brain that need it the most.
Life force energy.
And so parents see that with their kids, more energy from homework at night. We've heard that numerous times. People tell us they just tend to not need that afternoon coffee or afternoon nap because they just have more energy during the day.
Well, they're going to give you a love field
there. That is an example
there,
of one of these programs that supports us on the cognition side. And again, it's the innate intelligence does the work. We're just providing the raw materials and the information for the innate intelligence to do its thing.
Yeah, we're just logging into your body.
A lot of families on the service who
tinker in with your thinker.
We're looking for sort of a lower cost option for the children and other people who are just on a little bit more of a budget. So we do have a lower cost option. We call it Smarter EMF. It includes all the health programs.
Oh my God, this is terrible.
So we're trying to be conscious of everybody's financial resources, and our flagship service right now is $35.
Oh, you do have a lower tier
included
plan
in that price. And as we said, there's over 20
if you don't want
different
to feel
programs.
too highly
we mentioned a lot of
conscious.
those.
If you don't want to have if you don't want to have a
is support for
212
meditation,
IQ, we can offer you this low
where that
plan.
being able to sit quietly and have the
130.
brain quiet down more easily.
If you don't want to be able to,
high
if you don't want to be
consciousness
20% stronger
Other
than
people,
everybody else, we got a
felt that
lower
the,
plan. We can make you
the
feel
support of their
good.
immune system is there, and they have less colds and less flus and so forth.
We also do
you
consistent
get less
upgrades.
colds and
all of
flus
our
and so
services
forth.
continue to improve, and
Do
future
you have
upgrades
the
to
stoic
the
plan?
service you subscribe to include many free upgrades. In the past, some of our
Yeah, like I
upgrades
said, I
have
was going to
included
show you the document called,
mitigation.
I'll just tell
Didn't
you,
know what material to
Corona
use
Routing
and the
System for
environment to
Nano
help with
Networks,
EMFs.
brought out in
We've
2019.
included the meditation service.
I believe all
balance
disease.
chakras,
This doesn't have anything to do with that, right?
We've included
Oh,
upgrades to the
absolutely
different parts of
not.
the brain.
I do believe that
In
most
terms of those
disease is
request to
caused
divinity
by
or programs that
electricity.
Jeff mentioned, the more research we do
And
on
radiation.
how different functions of the body work,
Which is a good
just
idea to
work together,
ground yourself.
we can make those requests
Yeah,
to divinity.
yeah, I do it
And really, it's just
constantly. I
supporting the
actually,
innate intelligence of the body to do
use the
to
negative
do its
pole of
work.
a battery to ground myself.
And we do find that these specific requests do support the body, but we don't make any medical claims.
That's just
and
'cause we're
we
being used
acknowledge
as an
that the
antenna.
body's innate intelligence is really the best healer.
And many of our upgrades and improvements have come from subscribers.
Upgrades.
So we love hearing from you. The webinars, as we mentioned, are something that we do on a regular basis, and it's a way for us to connect together.
Did you get your upgrade?
But you can call into the office anytime. You can talk to anyone
can't
there, and you'll
afford
have
it.
someone assigned to you.
Yeah,
that
I guess
can
not.
help you with things related
I'm
to
gonna
your
have to drop down to
service,
the
but
lowest tier.
also to send messages to us about things that you see, maybe
Right.
improvements.
I
in
think
your
they have a
service
plan for
or,
$35
service
a month.
projects.
Pretty
So-
soon, StreamYard is going to
FLFE, we're
drop me
committed
down
to
to
multiple
I'll only
ways
be allowed
of
to
proving the,
stream to the chat
the
through a
effect of the high
chat.
consciousness field.
Yeah.
And we always encourage you to trust yourself first. And we have invested heavily in many different types of research. And this is more Jeff's realm as he runs the research group. So why don't I pass it over to you, Jeff, and you can talk about some of the ongoing research that we are engaged in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have a wide variety of research projects that we've done and that are ongoing now. And those topics include activating the FLFE field in a Faraday cage with random number generators at the Institute of Noetic Sciences. We also did brainwave changes in the FLFE environment that looked at also the cognition functioning of the brain at IONS as a preliminary study. And we've also looked at the EMF mitigation. How does the FLFE service mitigate EMFs, and why do people feel better? We use the GDV camera for those studies, and we have 2 of those on the
Make
on the
Faraday
research
cages
page.
for that.
And then we've also completed an EMF sensitive study where we went to a group of EMF sensitives, people that are sort of self-identified as being really sensitive to the electromagnetic fields and frequencies around all of us. And, that showed the effect of the FLFE service.
I think this is a military project.
Studies that we've done, including a relatively large commercial farm. And in that case, we
these
saw
guys.
a
These guys are totally
22.9%
military.
increase in yield.
Especially the guy on the left, man. He looks badass.
This is a 22.9% increase in yield in
the other guy's kind of like a
acre
cupcake, but
over
the other
control
guy,
acres.
I think
So these multiple plant studies are
man.
important because there's no placebo effect there.
Look at that face.
The last two of the plant studies were blinded. So the researchers, the
face
people
of a criminal,
conducting the study
man.
didn't know where the FLFE
Cold as ice, but he puts
area was
himself in a
located.
love field.
Yeah, cold
So we
as
work with
ice.
respected
Look at that
researchers at
face.
different research institutions like IONS and also at major universities. So, we invite you to visit the evidence page on the FLFE website and check it out.
Type of guy who'd
And it
watch it
continues to evolve,
drown.
so come
Just
back and check
not
it
even
out.
blink.
Well,
If
that's
you're
because of
watching
the
this, you may be on
consciousness
our free
field.
trial.
He put his
People
consciousness
ask us,
slider
why
way
do you give
down
away a free trial?
so he can
And why don't you ask for a
perform
credit
those
card?
types of tasks.
Well, as I said, when we started this business, we looked at
Do
how
these
would we like to
guys
be treated.
seem high
And
consciousness to
I
you?
signed up for things online, forgotten to cancel them, and ended up paying. And we didn't want people to have that. So
I don't know.
to have that experience. So we
You
have
think they're
this free
using
trial.
their
It's
own
2 weeks long.
technology on themselves?
There's no credit card needed. We
Probably.
do need enough information to create a unique
Why
identifier.
does it
They
not
were
come
We
off
can
that
in
way?
identify
all
address,
honesty, they were
location,
probably
latitude,
really,
longitude,
really
a
like
picture if it's an object, or your
like
cell phone
low
number if you
level
want to use
human
that
beings
as
to
your
begin
object.
with. So,
So
bringing them
you have
up
to
to
go
this
to the
so
point.
become a subscriber.
they
We
brought
wanted to make it
okay,
that
so
way. You
their
need to sign up for the free
technology
trial,
brought them
and
up
then you
to
actually need
this
to sign
level.
up
Okay, I
again
get
for the
it.
service.
Yeah.
It all
Somebody
depends
will
on what
probably
level
contact
you're
you during the
already
free trial
at.
to check on your
Yeah,
experience.
I
you,
got
you know,
And
you
you'll
have a base
find that those
starting
people are
level,
really
right?
there to serve
So,
you.
if you're a
We've got
total
quite a
idiot and no
quite a large staff
consciousness
of
at
people
all,
that are
they might
really
bring you
spiritual
up
devotees in
maybe
their own way.
to,
That's why we
half
all work
a
together well.
human
We do want
consciousness.
Right.
to create an
A
environment where
level
people
to
can
where
evolve.
you're actually able to have
So you don't
at
have to
least
worry about adding a credit card. There's no surprise bill at the end. There's nothing to cancel.
common
It's
conversation
free,
about
and we
Yeah.
like to share with you
common
the
stuff.
the blessings
Somewhat
we
able to
receive from this
function in
technology
society.
and the
Yeah.
service. Sure. So
Yeah.
while you're on the free trial,
Yeah,
you're getting a full service. It's not a watered down version. It's the flagship service. If that's what you're trying, you're getting everything that you would get as a subscriber.
And that would be either on your home
Until
or
we invent another
around
chair,
your cell
right?
phone. So we're activating the field
Oh,
on your
yeah.
cell phone. So it's your choice
There's going to always
between
be
those two, and
Mother
both
Tears
flagship,
advancements,
full load,
and
Yeah,
full
we can
field
expand.
strength, and all of the
upgrades.
programs.
And we also have business subscriptions for you business owners out there. And we have
see?
nonprofit
Oh,
subscriptions
he's
as
got
well.
business
Which we
subscriptions.
help
Totally marketed out like you
I
wouldn't
would mention
believe.
about that phone call we talked about. Someone
Like
calling you
they've
on a
got
free trial. And
getaways,
I would encourage you
retreats,
to talk with them
seminars,
and to not worry
the
that
whole
they're
bit.
there
Look,
to sell you or to
Guys,
close the
I got
deal.
here. Pause that
As
for a
Clayton said, they're
second.
really
I
there
got
to
a
support your
grift.
evolution
I got a grift.
and to answer any
People,
questions you have
if
about
you join the show and you become a member, okay, you will be receiving all of these positive OTW frequencies coming directly from my house to yours. Okay. And I'm going to be projecting these positive energies directly to you.
Wait, hold on.
Where
hold
you're
on,
at.
OTW. Don't you need more information from them?
No, I don't know. No, just need your money, man.
Yeah.
Because
Go ahead
I feel like
and
in this, like that's what I find interesting is that they're collecting a lot of information on people, especially by giving them this free trial. And they're like, we need enough information from you. And of course, the problems you're having that they want you to fix, right? Like in your relationships, in your community, and they're creating a hive mind through this process. I mean, right? Meaning they're collecting information on as many people as they can. And these people run 2 or 3 companies, right? So you have to put it into, account that when they're done running this this company, they're going to keep the information just like, with 23andMe, when the company ended and people were like, well, where's my data being stored now? Right? Like all my genetic data, well, obviously they're going to sell it all to the medical companies, you fucking dummy. Right?
Yeah. You're going to have all your biometrics over time. You're going to have your brainwave activity over time.
In fact, on top of paying us for taking your information, we're going to sell it to higher bidders.
Right.
This great business model, man.
Yeah, they've done this in India, Pakistan and stuff. Obviously the Christians have done it for a very long time. You just have a saint, pray for you, and they pray over relics, and then you buy those relics, right? And there's different tiers. Like there's like, oh, he did the, this relic has 100 prayers in it. This relic has 500 prayers in it. And it's like a scam, right? So it's like the same type of thing, right?
Nice.
They've been doing it for centuries.
Bastards. All right, play the video.
The service or about what's going on for you in this high consciousness field, because we can change rapidly. Things can happen, and on the path of increased freedom, sometimes it can get a little bit messy along the way. And it's great to have someone to talk to. And so that's why the staff reaches out, the free trial team, because they've talked to hundreds of people like you, and they really can help you. So I encourage you to talk with them when they give you a call.
So what might you expect during the free trial? More joy, feelings of ease and flow, deeper connections with other people and yourself, support for creative and spiritual pursuits, energy to do many of the things you might have been putting off. You might find it easier to forgive yourself and others, and you may find it easier to control.
Is he reading off of
yeah.
He's reading off of
I
a
really
freaking
hear
script.
the ease and flow part of that. And that's been a big one for myself as well, is just getting into the zone of creativity, of work, even reading, some enjoyable book. I find in the FLFE environment that ease and flow of whatever I'm doing is really supported. In the forgiveness, as you mentioned, Clayton, is another one where people find it easier. And I've experienced that as well. And it just seems, it's almost like the FLFE field is like a trampoline.
Hive mind.
We can go lower. We can stub our toes
field.
and get upset. We
Yeah.
have to work
It's
harder
a
at
hive
staying in
mind,
those negative
right?
states because we tend to bounce
They're
back
setting you up with hive mind.
So that's one of the things people
Yeah.
experience
So
during
they
the free
can,
trials. That sort of
transmit thoughts back
hitting
and
those
forth
lows at
between
times, but
people.
bouncing back up more easily.
That makes it easier.
especially in
to
relationships
transmit
with each other in the field,
external
in
thoughts,
the environment.
right?
The
If you can-
beginning
in
of
our
the
own zone.
Borg.
Yep.
Different people
it is.
experience the FLFE service to different degrees.
I
Some
think
people
so.
notice it in their plants before they notice it in themselves. Other people notice it in their pets. The pets are calmer or more relaxed. Maybe the dogs or the cats get along better with each other. Plants, sometimes the plants bloom for longer periods of time, or cut flowers might last half again as long as they
Your
usually
fucking
will, or
flowers
several
are going to bloom longer?
It's typically a newfound level of harmony in the household.
Holy shit.
Some people find an increased capacity and interest in organizing, removing old clutter. That's an interesting one to observe. We've had a few funny conversations with spouses who put the service on and didn't tell their partners, and all of a
jacked
sudden the
into
person's
them
wanting to clean more. So
anonymously.
that's a good story to share. And there's lots of testimonies on the website, so encourage you to go and look at what other people have experienced.
Yeah, the biggest miracle is teenagers cleaning their rooms.
Yeah, spontaneously. Yeah, that's definitely a miracle. We invite you to join the FLFE online community. We have almost 10,000 members to discuss your experience, and you'll find information about that on the emails that you receive or on our website at any time. We do have real customer support.
They have
to discuss
testimonials
questions
at
as
the
we
bottom of
mentioned
the
before.
page, too.
We have dozens of people on staff, and that will continue to grow as the company grows. So you can talk to a real live person.
So join us. You could visit the free trial page if you are not currently a subscriber on the free trial and activate your 15-day gift. And remember, you may feel it just within seconds. Some people can feel it in their bodies right away. Many people have different responses.
That's fast.
As Clayton said, some may have their pets see it in their pets first. But you are your own consciousness researcher. We put the tools in your hands.
Guys.
And,
Guy before
you can begin observing and seeing what occurs for you.
Straighten out
surprises and let us know what happens for you. You can reach out to you can reach out to the staff through a phone call, or an email, or join us on the webinar once a quarter.
Just a reminder to stay hydrated during the free trial to optimize the experience. Most doctors recommend that you drink about half your body weight in ounces of water. So we think that's a good place to start. So if you're 150 pounds, that's 75 ounces of water a day. Hydration is important in a high consciousness field because the body's innate intelligence
Because they're going to
gets
be running
activated
currents
when
through
there's
you
extra
like
energy available,
crazy.
and it starts to do all the things that it does just on its own.
Thank you for joining us
Gotta
today.
drink
We're
a lot
glad
of
to have you
water
with
to
us
get
on
all
this
that
journey
current going.
in the FLFE
Yeah.
community. We wish for you a life full of freedom, joy, and love.
Oh my gosh. Please, can I get a membership right away? I mean, where do I sign up? I need all of that good spiritual high consciousness energy. Please. And freedom. I mean, freedom. Why is freedom growers thinking about me right now?
Maybe he uses it.
Aha. So what the hell? I have music playing now? Okay, remove. There we go. What was I going to say? Yeah, but no, the guy that was on before Lubas, he can actually grow you another cock. You could have 2 cocks, bro. Ask Max. Max, am I lying? Oh yeah, it's a great time to be silent, Max. Machine lies. Well, I'm not lying, right? This is the guy before this. He can grow fucking new shit.
Fucking tong dong.
2 sets of balls and 2 dicks, bro. You could like double penetrate a woman, man. It'd be like phenomenal. Get the crooked dick to, go hit the G spot, and to get the other one to go anal. You're all good, man.
Sorry, you had to step away. Yeah, you could put one on your forehead if you want.
Oh, right. Or on your chin. So that way when you're licking the clit, you could, dick her at the same time. Oh, yeah. This is all Lubas's fault. When I see him, he all it's like he always says something about either his dick or his balls, right? So
his consciousness field affected you, did it?
That's it.
Yeah, but they already got people. Like I think Snowfire said, there was girls putting Fix-A-Flat in their booty. There's girls putting cement in their head. Getting these giant domes. So there's all these things. So yeah, it's only a matter of time before people have adaptations. And you've seen before people with split tongues and shit. People that try to make themselves like cats and shit. So there's gonna be real furry motherfuckers. There's gonna be real, people that are, all sorts of.
Yeah, the X-Men.
Piercings. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be awesome.
IRL.
Yeah, they might have even combine it with pharmacogenomics to where, you could like edit your appearance or something like that. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Then add in a little bit of cybernetics to that, enhanced prosthetics and shit like that. No, forget it, man. You're
Hey, grow yourself some web glands and become Spider-Man.
You could have yourself install the hyper dick.
Yeah, that's the thing that we looked at with the transhumanist writings. They said that it was GNR, genetics, nanomachines, and robotics. So all 3 of those combined, and the key thing is that all 3 of them have ability to self-replicate. So, robots can make robots. Nanomachines can construct other nanomachines in lieu of like, essentially just mimicking the RNA. And then just mimicking self-replicating machines on the genetic level, and that ties into the last one, which is the pharmacogenomics.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, AI can enhance all 3 of these things.
Yeah, Dr. Achildes is working on the interface, the nanotech interface between your brain and the system. I love his name, Dr. Achildes.
Boy, man. So I'm literally gonna have like freaking like all of my hair is gonna be gray or white when all of this is gonna be in effect, and I'm gonna be like that poor little old man who's gonna be on the street, with my picket sign going, "You're all technological slaves." And oh yeah, I see myself already with the long beard. I look like a bum.
Yeah. You won't have all the nanotech and everybody else will, so you'll be begging for nanotech. Sir, can I have some nano, please?
I'd have boots on with no toe tips.
Well, that's the thing, is that the nanomachines might require something like some type of new substance that's like different than blood, so then people run out of that, or or their body stops producing that because there's a problem with their nano upgrade or whatever.
Well, dude, imagine if on top of that they're receiving signals or upgrade updates from the central server, and for some reason, because of the weather, the signal's not coming through correctly. So then your whole biological system gets all fucked up,
Yeah. Yeah, that's when they'll just create smart aids.
Yeah, like a backup system in your closet, right? When the hydro goes out,
but we just control it with nanomachines.
Yeah, they're working with nanomachines. They're also working with graphene. This is the applications now they have for graphene with sensing inside and outside the body.
Huh.
So, they can detect light, gases, heavy metal. The biological, they can collect electroencephalogram. I can't say that word. But anyway, EEG, EOG, ECG, EMG. They can get your heart rate, respiration, phonation, facial expressions, blood pressure, joint movements, gestures, and muscle movements. Body temperature.
Body temperature high, yoy.
Volatile.
Biochemical.
Yeah. Volatile gases is what they can detect in the environment.
Electrolytes.
Metabolite, bacteria, drugs, dopamine, tumor markers, and others. And then if they can get it in you, the invasive applications, they can do ECOG, neural stimulation, which is highly important in playing with people. So they can check your cardiovascular, ECG, blood glucose.
Dude, think about all of this. You see the list there? These are all the things that they can detect. There are also all the things they can either remove or add on, or even manipulate.
Yeah,
it's like it's not just a one direction thing. This is where they're deceiving you. It's what goes up must come down. So whatever they're using it's like a microphone, man. You can use a microphone as a speaker or as something you can speak into. It has the outward signal as much as the inward signal. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's the same principle.
And they give it away at the end and the beginning. They have muscle stimulation down here at the bottom with locomotor system. And at the top, they have neural stimulation. So if they can stimulate neurons and muscles, doesn't that pretty much give you good control over the human being?
Pretty much.
Not much else there, The rest of it's just to drive those two things around.
On top of it, the monthly subscription where you can raise your consciousness. I mean, you're all set, guys. Yeah. You're on to living your best lives.
Absolutely.
Just don't miss a payment, though. You'll see what hell feels like.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So would you do this for your loved ones? Would you pump them full of graphene and put them in a FLFE field? That was your title there. How far would you go?
I'm hesitating now,
How far would you go?
Am I willing to become a complete cybernetic being controlled by some other entity?
Or turning one of your loved ones into one?
Just to keep man, you know what? Around? I'll think about it, Max, and I'll send you an email, bro.
Your daughter's dying, man. Your daughter's dying, and we can save her.
Oh, God, I don't know, man. This is such a moral decision to take. Okay, let's do it.
See how easy it is.
But we laugh about it, but that's exactly what's going to happen. We just improv a scenario that is most likely or is actually a thing, right? Because I think they use that type of manipulation when it came time to lock us all down, right? Mm-hmm. So in that similar way, I think that's how they're going to implement this new digital world, this whole virtual reality, cybernetics, transhumanism, bionics. I mean, they've been pushing this for years. They've been waiting for this moment for one hell of a long time. Because think about Data from Star Trek, right? Is a good example. Then you had before that was the $6 million man and the bionic woman, right?
Yep.
So it's like they've been, thinking about this for a while. Then you got Iron Man, which is another version, right? With an exoskeleton,
Yeah.
And then you got even the Wolverine is another example with melted steel as bones.
Yeah. That's what I want.
Yeah, man. Animanium bones, man.
Everybody wants to be.
You can't go wrong with that.
Yeah. And he's got eternal life too, right?
Well, kind of.
Yeah.
Kind of. Yeah, in the comic book Logan, his animanium actually makes him sick, so his powers kind of degenerate over time. So he actually ages and becomes slower, and and they also did the movie Logan, and they killed him off actually, which is yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
Yeah. Well, there are X-Men comic books where, it's like in the future. And I think they did one movie where one of the X-Men was Cable, who came back from the future seeking out Wolverine. But I mean, that was like based on the comic books where the Wolverine is actually dead in the future. And the only thing left of him is his animanium skeleton in some sort of like container that I guess that conserves the metal. So yeah, I mean, I think that could be a thing. I mean, they could actually come up with so many different types of things when it comes to virtual reality, man. They could come up with time traveling. They can do it all. It's a whole universe. People are going to be so convinced. I mean, I'm going to join in when it's like really like high tech where it's like they're going to have the body suit and the whole shit. Yeah. That's when I'm going to join in. Unless they have that, like that, in what the hell is it called?
I'm an electroceuticals guy. I think they can just augment me to live forever.
Black Mirror, dude. They have, it's just like something the size of a coin that you stick on the side of your head, and you press a button and you say join game. Then you're like teleported into the game, like your synapses of your brain goes directly in, like through the Wi-Fi shit. I don't know how it works, but it's fucked up. And oh yeah, that's pretty cool.
Well, in my one of my last shows, I was going over the possibility of and the technology that's available right now. Something like if you were to download DeepSeek, while it's downloading, it has a good possibility that it's going through your body, and it could probably deposit, the technology is there to deposit a copy of it onto your DNA and have it be in there as an operating system. So you really wouldn't need any external technology.
It's over, TML.
I don't know if they've done that, but I've pieced together the various technologies that they could do that with. So yeah, instead of having, you could just think, and a screen would show up in front of your, like on your retina, and you would work a screen through that.
I mean, guys, on top of the fact that Russia's going to take over UKR, and they're going to change the flag to a blue, yellow, and red flag with maybe a little tint of black in there. So I'm saying, they're going to actually like upload everybody onto the net. We're all going to be like superheroes, going to have superpowers, going to live forever. You'll never get sick.
You're going to be totally jacked in the smart cities.
Yeah. You'll never, ever have to come back to this reality. You'll never go hungry. It's like they'll solve all of the world's problems with this uploading your consciousness to the net, guys. I'm telling you, this is the way to go. I'm convinced now. I mean, and then, I'll get to spend the rest of my eternity with my loved ones, and I'll never age. I mean, get that, this is just awesomeness. Come on, TML, you jumping in? Let's go sign up together, bro. I mean,
get your FLFE.
I mean, this is the kind of thing that we've been warning people about for a very long time. Actually, I've been studying about it for over 10 years, and this is why, we support such radical conclusions, about the acceleration of technology, right, and about the integration of technology way beyond the human scale. And it's important to note that technology has gotten way beyond the human scale, that most human beings are determined by the technological scope, right? And most people still think that it's human beings that control the machines. And once human beings are integrated with the machines, they won't be able to have that that luxury of their ideology and their philosophy, that so-called stopping them from realizing this deeper truth of what they should oppose. That we're gonna have to re-engineer humans to adapt them to the technological system, and that is why it's very important to start scaling back the technology.
Yes, but you do understand that might not be as easy as as we say it. It's like it's not like said and done, right?
We've looked at different scenarios, and the three of the biggest scenarios, and that's excluding the transhumanist scenario, is that you could either have the system collapse on its own. That means abandon the technological system. That means the existing humans would have to then turn all of their energy towards using the technology to destroy the technology. That is a radical option. The second option is that we gradually start scaling back the technology. That means that we have to start doing it at a collective and international scale, right? This would be a creative reconstruction of society. This type proposed by our college professor, Dr. Skrbina, who talked to Dr. Kaczynski and disagreed with his idea that we should actually let the system collapse on its own and then accept the consequences. And then the third option is by Alul, which is that we actually create parallel institutions so that people can live in the technological system but not be affected by the changes of technology, right? So this would be like, the low-tech societies, people who are, living in less advanced countries, or Amish people or something like that, where they're able to mitigate the effects of technology, right, by realizing that it totally disintegrates cultural and social values. And, so in that scale, people are going to have to come to certain conclusions about what scale of technology they're willing to accept. If not, then technology is going to accelerate at an unknown rate, right? In which the speed is going to increase. Human beings are going to be engineered to fit into the system, and the
ones that are left over are going to end up going like, well, can't beat them. Well, might as well join them.
And these are realistic possibilities, all right? So these are realistic things. You could live in your dream world and say, oh, technology is not going to advance. Human beings are always going to be in control of technology, already proving to be not true. Right, so you could live in your fantasy world all you want, right? But you're gonna have to accept that that on a massive scale, there's certain moral responsibilities that we have towards other humans and towards life, right? And if you don't want to accept those responsibilities, then you can go ahead and join the system as it advances on its merry way, right? And not take a critical stance towards new technology. But that is I think that's a darker way of looking at things.
All the evidence is leading towards that dark outcome that you mentioned right there.
Yeah, well, not necessarily. The technology is neither good nor bad. It just depends on how it's deployed and who's in control of it.
Have you show me any evidence of it being used in a good way?
Well, I'd like to. Popular Science magazine promised us we were all going to be happy because when the wireless network was up, because they were going to transmit a frequency that would make us happy. Seems they've done the reverse.
I'm still waiting.
Yeah.
Oh, so
I love
that
the
one.
title of this.
Well,
Did
why
you see-
join the Fleffy when you can just get that frequency for free, right?
Right. Yeah. But I guess they decided that it'd probably be better to sell it, right?
Oh, okay. So they came up with the Fleffy. Get it?
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah. I love this one. This is interbody coupling in electroquadratic human body communication theory and analysis of security and interference properties. But it kind of just gives you the idea of how, by the graphics, how hackable the human body is and was, and what they've done to fix that.
Huh.
So here is your hacker, current day hacker. What he does is he has to get within a certain range, right, to use his little antenna there. And what he does is he goes through this lady here to get to this guy here. So you have to kind of go through this whole loop system to actually attack somebody. In the past, you used to be able to just use an antenna here on the right, where you can just, because we had a large field that you could interact with, and you just hack into you that way. But they fixed that. And yeah, and this gives you, shows you how we're always interacting here on the left with each other in a neural mesh, a network mesh, and how that works. So yeah, in case people want to show how you can hack the human body.
Funny how you're showing us this right now, and how that could, strangely enough, correlate to that social distancing thing that they were doing. That 6 feet distance. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that has some components in here. Facial recognition, data transfer, augmentation, communication, because they had the medications, right, in people. And I showed you the graphene-based healthcare. So, yeah, all to do with that. It's all intertwined.
And it probably has a lot to do with your cell phone, because imagine if this technology, because if too many people, let's say, too close to each other, the data could be skewed, right? So they needed a means to kind of like keep people a little bit away from each other for a certain time, so they can actually get more precise data from a geographic location.
Right. And that's what this paper has to do with. It's called Corona, a coordinate and routing system for nano.
There you go. There you go. See, I guessed it without even knowing.
Nailed it. Yeah. Yeah, it has a lot to do with error rate and stuff like that too. Yeah. Yeah, you got it.
Wow. My daddy always used to tell me, "You're too smart for your own good, son."
Seems like. So demons are hacking the soul? Well, if you want to call them demons, sure. Yeah.
We're probably being hacked left and right, and that's why we wake up in a bad mood in the morning. Well, I mean,
oh yeah,
I'll speak for
LED
myself.
light communication is the future. So LED lighting is used for genomic changes in your body.
Oh, and what about those purple lights that they're installing now on the roads? You know, the road lights.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're installing like these purple lights now.
Yeah. And everything they put in is for communications. Almost everything. So yeah.
So probably these purple lights have some sort of like heat-seeking technology where they can.
Well, if they're LED, what they do is they use the flicker rate to transmit data.
Okay.
They can flicker up to 1 million times a second.
Oh wow! So it's like a kind of an ecosystem.
Yeah.
It sounds like you remember,
because they can work as sensors and transmitters, so they can do both ways.
Yeah, you remember the supercomputer that they had in the movie The Dark Knight Rises or something? It's one of the Batman movies where he has like this supercomputer where it uses all of the cell phones to transmit some sort of frequency. and get like how bats use their sonar to navigate. So he's able to see. Yeah, he's able to see everything and everyone everywhere of the whole city through the screen because of how that particular technology operates.
Yeah.
So they're just giving you a precursor to what technology they actually have in the military. This is insane, man. And you guys think there's nothing going on behind the scenes. Oh, it's all conspiracy theories. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. We'll go with that.
Let's see. What other interesting do you guys like to see?
Well, you know what, Max? I think I'm going to shut this down. I've been, live for 4 hours.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. I hopped on because I support this type of inquiry, so definitely fascinating stuff, guys.
Yeah. Here's the new 5G steerable antenna for your phone, by the way.
Oh, yeah, I really want one of those.
You keep blocking me out. Anyway, thanks for having me up. This was fun. I enjoyed talking about this and sharing.
It was a great broadcast. It was like high energy, high consciousness, guys. This one's for the books. We're going to keep this one. I'll be able to monetize it. This is great. I'm loving it.
Get your high consciousness field, right?
Oh, yeah. I'm so I think I'm going to get myself a subscription to Fleffy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to go do what is it? A free trial? Yeah. Let's go get some of them good vibes.
Let me see the after effects. I want to see what happens to you after.
Yeah.
All right. Cheers.
All right. So I won't leave you guys hanging just like that, guys. I might send you on over to some other broadcaster who's live right now. Just give me a moment. I'll go set that up while we listen to our finishing statements. Yeah. You guys have any last words you'd like to say to the audience before I switch you guys on over to another show?
I think they're much further ahead than we know in all this technology.
Yeah, definitely.
They're just putting in the systems right now with Donald Trump and his Stargate program. Good luck, guys. He's investing $20 billion in nanotech, $20 billion in data centers, and $20 billion in satellites.
Oh, and don't forget the crypto.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, crypto's safe. It's nothing like CBDCs. Get your crypto.
Get them while they're hot.
Yeah. Man.
All right, Max. How about you, TML? Anything you'd like to say to the audience before we switch on over to the next?
Yeah, definitely. I've been talking about this subject big in a big way. I almost said big time. Right, but the thing is if we get to the nitty-gritty of this situation here, we're looking at critiques going back at least 400 years right now. Whether you want to talk about Ellul, Samuel Butler, Darwin Among the Machines, or you could look at the writings of Thomas Carlyle and his critiques of technology, or even the writings of Nietzsche, or the writings of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, right? So we'll be looking at writings from the past 400 years, looking at critiques of the technological system, and what is the basis for civilization in general, and the sources for liberalism and the scientific worldview among the architectonic ideas, right, that are the foundation. Like right now, we're looking at a talk by Ellul, in the Betrayal of the West, a book that he wrote, and he's looking at different ideas like freedom, individuality, also the ability to manipulate nature. So these are all things that are unique about Western society. And this is how liberalism gave birth to its executioner, which is the technological society. And this is the things that we're covering. So, yeah, we'd love to have you guys join us. Thank you for having me, OTW, and blessings. Have a nice day,
So
everyone.
when is it? Hold on a sec. When is it exactly you're going live?
Today it's at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So yeah, we'd love to have you guys. Blessings. Right?
All right, folks. All right, peace, TML. Thanks for being here. All right, folks. So go check it out over at TML's The Machine Lies. 8 o'clock. I do believe he said PM. So anyway, thanks Max for being here. Thanks TML. You guys are awesome. It was a great broadcast. This is Captain OTW signing out for today. Coming at you from the belly of the beast. Peace.